the audio is live. Let's do a quick audio check before we get right started. Ram and Angela, can you guys hear everybody if they talk? Let's test. Derek, talk.
No.
You hear him? Arkent, talk after that.
Greetings. It is I, Elizabeth.
Num num num.
There's also Twitch chat appears in the background at the top, so enjoy that. And Boat.
Yeah, hello.
They definitely can hear you.
Oh.
Just if you guys hear any audio issues or anything, I might not be looking directly at Twitch for a lot of it, but if you guys hear anything or if there are any issues, please just say something and I'll try to adjust it. Okay. Then I think I'm just about set. You guys sure you have nothing else you want to do before we start?
Not that I can think of.
Okay.
Wait, I have a quick question for you. Are there
Yes.
any? So with my tome, I can take any one spell at level is equal to or less than my current class level.
Yes.
And add it to my tome. Are there any spells you don't want me to have?
No, they are fine. Take whatever. I think I had looked through and I didn't say anything insane, but I can give it a second look through after the session when you prove me wrong and break the game. But you know what? At that point, it's my fault, and I accept that as a DM. Okay. Then if we're good... oh, I forgot to pour my water. I'm gonna pour water for the mukbang.
I think that's just ASMR at that point. You're not eating anything.
Yes,
Oh.
Then what I want to say while this pours is a quick tidbit for people that watch this in a VOD and are not used to Dungeonworld or have not played with me before and are insane and decided to listen to my ramblings that are called DMing. The way I DM is very loose. And in Dungeonworld format, which is already loose, that can be kind of brazen. And, you know, I prefer to focus more on RP and give combat its time, but I don't prefer to let combat outshine the RP itself. So sometimes I may just be kind of weird with the rules, and you'll just have to learn to live with that and forgive me because I DM the way I want to, and I consider this all a homebrew version. With that said, I will do a quick character, or we'll do a world intro first, and then we'll introduce the characters one by one. I really hope Arkent has pre-typed out something for like just copy pasting in. The quick tidbit about the world that we are going into here is it is known as the Tabola Empire, and has stood for over 1,000 years. The government is a monarchy, and it has withstood war, whether that be from outside or civil war, disease, famine, and it generally spans over 5 domains, but it's really like the main heartland and then 4 domains around it, which you can see on this map. There is the Tabola Heartland, which is the central grassland, the northern ocean region, which is kind of not mapped on here. It's a little less mapped by them because it's mostly islands. That is Okeanos, western glaciers known as Glacia, eastern desert known as Eremioth, the southern swamps known as Palione, and that would be all of the Tabola Empire. For more information on the Tabola Empire, you'll have to find out in character. Let's see here. As a heads up on how our characters are coming together, if you'll look on the map, there is a little town in the northeastern part of the Heartland called the Northfall Town. All of our adventurers, whether that be the 3 here or the 1 player who is missing tonight, but we're going to go ahead and start because we never know when he's really going to be here. All of them have a reason to have been to this town before, or know about this town. Northfall Town has a university in it called the Accredited and Prestigious University of Northfall Town. And each of these characters that you're going to meet received a letter saying the same thing, with an invitation to return from a previous professor they knew, or a previous professor that they even learned from or worked with. The letter read as such. To whom this letter may concern, I, Professor Udazar, the most prestiged tenure in the Department of Divination and Prophecy, am writing to inform you of dire circumstances that have befallen me in recent days. I send you this missive in hopes that it finds you... Oh, 1 second. It finds you ready to come here and perform a daring feat of heroics in order to assist, nay, save me from the treacherous fate that awaits me. Of course, I have chosen to send this to you because we are both aware there is no way you could refuse my request. After all, we both know what I've done for you. That being said, I will reward you handsomely for your assistance, and we can discuss additional terms of payments once you arrive here at the next full moon. Your darling professor, Professor Udazar, tenure Professor of Divination at the accredited and prestigious University of North Falltown. And as all of their characters will soon learn, they did indeed have reason to hurry back to North Falltown. Whether the other characters will be aware of that, that is yet to be determined. And you all are starting out as level 1. So with all of that world information out of the way, I think we turn to the players and we'll look at who wants to go first to introduce themselves. Try to give, general background and anything you want to share with the other players. As well as, if you can, a physical description of your character, unless I see you all have pictures on Roll20, which I guess also suffice. Cool. I will keep that in mind, and you can picture me as an otter with an apple juice box.
Yes.
Yes. I guess we can just go down the list, or we can leave Arkent for last if he needs time to type something. Derek, do you want to go first and introduce your character?
I can give it a go. I haven't really thought of anything.
Well, feel free to share your class, physical description, and anything you want to tell people about your character.
Alright, let's see. Well, my name is Copse, and I am a aspiring wizard of sorts who might have delved a little bit into the dark arts of necromancy. I usually wear a hood, which darkens my features. And I am a little, some parts of me aren't very fleshy, we'll say. A little bone might be sticking out here or there. I'm a previous attendant of the college we are heading back to, and left about I want to say my junior year, it might have been, to further my dark art learnings, since the school and most people don't look fondly upon the practice of necromancy.
Did you say what your actual class was?
Not yet.
Oh boy.
I think that would be too easy. That's why I'm kind of like alluding around it. But I mean, I've stated some features that would make it quite obvious. Copse obviously is my name, but it's not my born name. It's a name that I came up with as a kind of disguise, I guess, to go with the important thing that I abandoned a few years back. I'm not going to allude what that would be, since it would, if you think about it, it might become pretty obvious. But I, of course, used a play on word of corpse, and I'm now Copse.
And I'm sure occasionally when you got tests back while you were in school, you would just get corpse written on it, and you would just be like, whatever.
I mean, whenever I attended school, they didn't know me by Copse.
So it's afterwards.
Yeah, this is my name after I had to go off on my own. I had to abandon something important so I didn't need that name anymore.
Terrifying. All right.
And I'm a very charismatic wizard. I don't believe in intelligence. I think that's a wasted personality trait, I guess, so to say.
You might be the first necromancer in history to believe that, but hey, to each their own. Anything else?
No, I think anything else can just appear as we go through.
All right, then we move on next. Arkent, are you prepared with something, or should we go to boat and then round back to you? We're peeing.
I've got a paragraph.
Oh, excellent. Go ahead. Take away all the exposition you need.
I am Elizabeth, an old lady who came from a small, quiet community. I was a student at University of North Fall Town, and I've come to answer my old professor's request. Things aren't so great back at home. I hope that after I help the professor, he can use their expertise in divination to help me find the answers I need. That is all.
See, it might be the best text-to-speech for D&D I've ever heard.
Oh
The enunciation is so
God.
great. Yeah.
It works so.
And Elizabeth, you didn't want to say your class. I feel like you can at least tell them what your class is.
I am the branded.
It's the branded. And if you want a description, I guess they should go look at the picture on Roll20. It is... I mean, I guess I can try to describe it for you if you don't want to, but... He's peeing again.
Go ahead.
Sure.
What do you see of me?
That's a good point. Elizabeth is wearing a darkened cloak with golden trim. The most outstanding feature on you is the skeleton smile that is a literal skeleton skull under that cloak staring out. And you seem to otherwise be wearing clothes that would cover your body. But it should be mentioned that I think Elizabeth usually wears brown rags that cover her face, correct? That way people don't freak out as the skeleton moves around.
Indeed.
Okay. That's good for the party to know, so they're not worried about hiding a skeleton at all times. There should be no weekend at Bernie shenanigans yet. Okay. And lastly, Boat.
Yellow. Give me a moment, I gotta pull something up here. Hi, I am Nikolai Jorgensen. He is not someone who would stick out in a crowd. He's also, like our friend Copse over here, also calls himself somewhat of a wizard, albeit he's more of a gifted kind of wizard. Magic has come more easily to him than others, oddly enough, yet did terrible in his studies. The professor definitely helped him out by might have bumping up a couple of letter grades for him. Otherwise, he may never have graduated. He, as you can see from my picture on here, he is a blonde young man. He is heterochromatic. He's got a green and blue eye. Let's see. He also carries a sword around. If you have ever seen him unsheath it, you will notice that on it, there is a name inscribed of, what was it? Hjalmar. No one would know, though, who that is. He doesn't tend to speak of where he is from. He just claims that he's just been from what is it, Northfall Town? Just as he was beginning to finally leave this area to go about on his own little quest, he was called back. That's about all I got.
Come home. Yeah. And did you say your class?
I did not.
Feel free to tell the class.
A wizard of sorts.
I see. And yeah, it is all of these characters, of which we've been described and learned a little bit about, that we find ourselves, slowly coming into focus on at the University of Northfall Town, which let me change over and bring the players with me. Welcome to the University of Northfall Town. It's a fairly large campus for a small, thriving city. There's a good few buildings, and the central building, which is actually a tower, which hosts a lot of classes as you go up through it. You find yourselves, however, off in a large building on the eastern side of the campus that is known well, and to your own characters as such, to house the office of the professor who has invited you, Professor Udasar. He is a professor within the Department of Astronomy and Divination, which also specializes in fortune telling and all sorts of other odds and ends for the occult. You are in a building that has so much going on inside of it at all times. There are students pouring in and out of classes. There's separate rooms for classrooms. There's also the large the word is escaping me right now, for viewing stars. What is that room called? An observatory?
Yes.
Yes. There's a large observatory area which makes up most of the bulk of the building. But you guys, however, find yourselves heading down a slightly dusty hallway, in which most of the professors' offices are, aligned as they go down, as you would go for a professor's office hours. You approach, and first thing you notice about this hallway, besides the dust, is, of course, there's a flickering light above you guys. There's a couple leaks in the ceiling. And as you finally approach the door for Professor Udasar's office, as you would remember it, his own door sign is ajar, and his name is hanging sideways. And thinking back to how you were before you even came, on this trip, when you've previously been here, the state of, this hallway would not have been this bad. So it's questionable how it got to this point. Now, our characters all approached the door at the same time, and at this point, we should go into character bonds and discuss if you know each other, or if there's potentially something more interesting at play between the three of you. Does anyone want to go first with creating a character bond?
You mean just like, wow, what I'm going to put them as?
Oh, yeah. You can, you need to put one of their names, or at least both of their names of the other two players in one of those slots. And that you can feel free to make up if you knew each other. That's totally fine. Maybe you came around the same time, or maybe you just ran into them in the past somewhere.
I feel like we all would have attended some sort of similar, like, spellcasting class, at the very least.
But what was your character's name?
Mine?
Yes.
Nikolai.
Nick.
You can also just write Nick.
It's okay, I have the perfect one for your character.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. Feel free to share that with the class.
Alright, let me fill in the blanks real quick.
Oh, no. I'm reading your your bonds as I'm sitting here. Saying you have the perfect bond for them can only lead to something bad.
Don't like that laugh, dog.
Alright, since our other compatriot isn't here, I'm going to leave my first bond empty for now.
Okay.
Yeah, the blonde. The second one, though, is going to be for a good old Nick, which
Heyo.
reads as, being turned into a mindless undead might actually improve Nick's intelligence.
Oh, you bitch! I'm also low intelligence. That's so mean.
So you potentially took a spellcasting class together at some point and learned of Nikolai's intelligence there. Great.
And then for good old Elizabeth, I have put them in my third bond, which is I should exchange ideas with Elizabeth. Their talents intrigue me.
That
With
is
talents
very
being
appropriate.
invocation.
Yeah. That is a very good bond for both of them. Boat or Arkent, do either of you have bonds?
I
Like
am
to
currently writing down one for Copse. After him being just as obscure as I was, I have him down as Copse has a secret and I will learn it.
Fair enough. That does sound like Copes to me.
Figure out one for Elizabeth here.
Okay, Elizabeth, do you have any? Well, she figures out her last. I'm gonna go to your page.
I will teach Copse the true meaning of sacrifice. They don't understand.
Great. I don't see how that could go poorly at all. Do you have another one for Boat? Or Boat, do you have one for Elizabeth?
I might have one for Elizabeth.
Okay.
Give me one moment. Let me read something here. Alright. I will do. My patron has whispered to me of Elizabeth and the destiny I must protect them from.
Let's see.
We'll do that for now.
And perhaps that came in, the form of another vision of perhaps Elizabeth something occurring. I will send you a secret thing later during a break of what that vision entailed.
Okay.
And Elizabeth, one more.
Nikolai has felt the hellish touch of my fire. Now they know my strength.
Oh my.
Do I?
Can you elaborate on
Please
at what
tell.
point this occurred? Feel free to tell me what occurred.
Nikolai saw me do some sick spells. Fireball. It was from a wand of power.
I see. Alright. I'm sure
Cool.
Nikolai just thought, hey, that's pretty neat.
I then proceeded to be like, hey, I want that.
Hey, I want that. Alright. And with that, we've done bonds, and as it turns out, as you all approach each other, you do, in fact, know each other from a previous class at some point. You all happen to have taken a class together at some point in the past, and we will pick up the actual roleplay and storytelling from here. As you three all approach this door in this dusty, dank hallway, the three of you come face to face, although perhaps you can't really tell it's Elizabeth from, the brown bandages, or not bandages, but the brown rags that hang around Elizabeth's face. But as you all sit there, this is your chance to have your first interactions in however long.
Look over to Copse. Didn't you drop out?
I simply went away for a little while. Needed to further my studying on my own. Some self-studying, so to say. Didn't you fail?
No, actually, I managed to graduate. Albeit barely, but I still did it.
Barely adds about up correctly. You with the rags. Do I know you? I feel like I do.
nondescript peers at the others behind their faces.
Yes, I am Elizabeth. We all attended a spell class together, didn't we?
Oh, I could never forget that voice.
I seem to recall you, though I don't think you stood out that much to me. Nice to meet you again.
The awkward silence lingers as the sound of
Shall
keying.
we head inside the office? Why is his door like that, I wonder?
Oh, are we outside? I thought we were inside.
No, yeah, you are outside. You just met at the door, which was
Gotcha.
described to you previously as even his name tag is hanging like crooked at like a 45 degrees downwards.
I immediately just start knocking on the door and peeking my head in.
Yeah.
Professor?
Yeah, the door opens as you're knocking, and you peer into the room of a. The first thing you kind of take in is that this room is very much disheveled. There are letters, there are books strewn about, there are ink jars spilled all over the place. Quills just stick out from every other book, along with tabs that divide them. And as you peer fully into the room, across the room, behind a large wooden desk, sits a very small, hunched-over man that you recognize as Professor Udazar. He has a bald head, but white shocks of hair that, shoot out from the sides. Looking very unkempt. He is wearing very tight goggles that kind of, bulge his eyes as he looks up at you. And this man, probably somewhere between only like 4 foot and 5 foot, is shocked to see you entering his room. Before momentarily he recovers, he goes, "Oh, come in, come in. It's been some time. Yes, it's good to see you all again." And he waves all of you to come on inside. And as you shuffle in, I assume, unless you want to object to shuffling, Elizabeth shuffles in, thank you. You kind of have to push aside books and papers carefully to make your own path towards the desk. He stands up on the chair rather than standing up from the chair to get kind of eye level with most of you, and gaze deep at you. Goes, "Excellent! I see 3 of you responded to my letter. It's great to see you. Did you miss me?"
Professor, what the hell happened?
"What happened? Oh, you mean it with the letter I sent you?"
That amongst many other things, he says as he's looking around.
"The most dire of situations has finally come down upon me. I am faced with the most harrowing experience of all my days." He hunches forward and he kind of, he takes his finger and he does a little come closer motion to all 3 of you.
We come closer.
As you all shuffle closer, he lowers his voice and he goes, "Dare I say, there could be people listening to us at this moment that would take great joy in the suffering that I am enduring. But let me tell you, to be the first to hear of this, I, the very same famous Professor Udazar, one of the greatest divinators of this land, may lose tenure."
I came back for this.
What do you mean? I could lose tenure. That could be awful. We've
What
lost
for?
our funding to our department is abysmal. Well, we've had slashes across the board, and they're considering just cutting the department as a whole. We haven't. Look here. He kind of fumbles through a book on his desk, and he goes, "Look. See, it appears none of our prophecies in the last 3 years have come true. It's really started to cast doubt from the department, so they started slashing our budgets, and now they're talking about cutting teachers, or the department as a whole."
Is this just a singular person's divinations?
No,
Or
no.
nobody can make accurate ones?
I mean, I do most of them. Let's be real, not to toot my own horn, but I'm pretty good at what I do. But this is bad news. We've just not had any. The stars haven't aligned, and the divine realm has not seen fit to send us prophecy in a while.
I'm sure it is not your fault, Professor Udazar. What will you have us do?
Oh, see, that's what I've always liked about you, Elizabeth. You were always such a go-getter. I can tell it's you. And you see, he kind of adjusts one of his, spectacles, and it actually, his eye gets a little bigger as he stares at you. And he goes, yes. You see, although we may not have had a prophecy, I knew you were coming. You and Nikolai, although Copse was a surprise. I was somewhat surprised you would, take the time to come back given everything you do. He's up against the wall. Stares blankly. You are allowed to narrate your things out loud, unless you have something going on. Arkent, obviously, it's born out of character as a mute. But
I simply came back as I owed you one. This is me fulfilling that. I hope you don't waste my time with any nonsense.
No. I would never, Copse. Listen, I figured you all kind of owe me one, and I wouldn't ask you to come back for just nothing. I'm not here to just whine and complain. I have something. Don't you worry. Somewhere in here. He starts shuffling through his books recklessly, kind of scattering more pages as he adjusts his spectacles, and you see his hands kind of flying around as the pages flutter up in the air around all of you. Somewhere... Can anybody find me a prophecy in here? It should be titled Prophecy on top of the page.
I will try to find it.
Sure. Would you like to discern realities?
Yes, sir, I would.
Go for it. That is a wisdom move.
Let me scroll up on my page. Oh boy, not very wise. Doesn't matter.
That's good. Ask away. You get 3 questions.
Alright, give me a moment. What should I be on the lookout for?
Let's see how. Oh, can't see your roll in there, Elizabeth, when you do that. It's the whole way.
13 is what I rolled.
You gotta just roll the normal way for basic moves. Let Nikolai take the first set of questions here. So what was your question?
What should I be on the lookout for?
What should you be on the lookout for? An interesting question to ask. You start turning to look around and you realize there's actually, in the crack of the door that you had not fully shut behind you, there is a shadow looming in the doorway. Only you can tell there's somebody on that side of the door. What they're doing or preparing to do is unknown to you.
Nick kind of squints at it and just surges toward the door and opens it.
You still had 2 other questions, but all right.
Yep.
Yeah. You open the door and you find yourself face to face with a kind of a pale man, slightly similar in build to Professor Udazar, except taller. But a similar hunch and similar spectacles on his face with a goatee. And instead of white shocks of hair, you find he has black shocks of hair and a non-balding head. This man is taken aback so quickly and falls on his butt in the hallway.
Do I recognize this man?
Ooh. You know what? I don't know that you would, but Boatlord, you may recognize him from somewhere on campus in your previous time here.
What do I roll for that?
Intelligence.
Ah, fuck, I'm probably not gonna know. Nope.
No. You do not recognize this man in the slightest. You probably have never met him in your life.
Nikolai kind of just gives a smile and goes, "Could I help you?"
Well, I came to deliver a letter to Professor Udazar.
I look back to the professor. Are you expecting a letter from anyone?
No, I was looking for a prophecy. And as he's saying that, he looks up to see that the man is on his ass in the hallway in front of you. And he squints at you. Prophecy. I said I was expecting a letter. Yes. Yes, you. Bring it in, sir. And the man kind of gets off his ass and dusts himself off a bit. And he goes, well, here you go. I don't know. Who are all these people and what are they here for? The professor kind of just goes, get out of here, you old coot, get! And the man kind of scowls a bit and glares at each of you in turn and hustles out of the room.
Copse takes a note of his facial features for later.
Sure. You have a note of this man with a thin face and goatee with spectacles to boot.
As he leaves, Nikolai kind of gives a polite smile anyways, waves, and then closes the door and proceeds to keep looking for the prophecy.
Bothersome. Always bothersome, that one. Now, what was this letter? He opens it, and you see his face goes from one of excitement to having you all there to one of disappointment very quickly. He goes, they've slashed the budget again for the month.
Again?
Yes, well, they're always, when we're not bringing out results and, students are taking our courses less, what are you gonna do? I keep telling them all that science and mathematics is a waste. The stars just have the answers, but no one listens. I digress. Has anyone found that prophecy in here?
Can I continue to use my discern realities?
Let's let
Or is it too
Elizabeth
late?
make a discern reality real fast. See if while
Sure.
you were taking that in, Elizabeth had the chance to find it.
What
Did you-
here is useful
Okay.
or valuable to me?
You, Elizabeth, do find indeed a scroll of parchment that you unfurl that says prophecy in all capital letters at the top, which has around 9 lines that are in much tinier writing under that.
Professor, I believe I have found it.
Yes, and Elizabeth shows him the scroll. And he squints, adjusts the spectrum, and goes, you did! I knew you would find it, Elizabeth. I told you, you're always the hard worker. And he takes it very quickly. Do either of you want to ask any other questions before we just let go of the discern realities?
Could I ask what happened here recently with how disheveled this whole place is?
Yes. Yeah, you take a moment as he's taking the prophecy from Elizabeth. You take a moment to really analyze your surroundings, and you can tell that the papers being strewn everywhere and all of the books kind of being all over the place. Although some of that looks like it's been done for a while, a lot of that looks very recent. Like within the last, week or two, like these have been placed, or even within the last day or so, things have been put down, and it almost looks like there's an order to all this madness despite its appearance.
All right.
Anything else, Elizabeth? Anything?
That is all the questions I have.
Excellent. And as you take that in for a moment, the professor snatches the prophecy out of your hand, and he looks over and he goes, yes. So here is what I need you guys to do for me. And I know you'll do it because you've always been great, and of course I'm not going to make you do it for free, but let me get to it. Gosh, always hustling an old man. And he starts on reading, scanning, and then he goes, all right, here you go. This is a prophecy. Are you ready to listen?
Take it away.
When the gold morning rises from the east, and the silver evening joins it from the west, obtain the first monarch's weapons, return them to their progenitors. Should the weapons never find rest, should the land should the start and end meet, the land shall wither, the empire shall fall. The prophesied end ends here. Did you hear that?
Yes.
I'm gonna post that in Roll20 for you guys, don't worry. And I will also post that in the docs channel on Discord for you. And he then takes it and he hands it back to Elizabeth. He says, don't worry, this is just a copy of the original. You see, I have had a prophecy hit me in the last couple weeks, and I had this crazy business. It hit me. And so I said, well, damn, that's a great prophecy, but there's an unfortunate part to it.
I mean, much more than unfortunate.
Well, I'm not worried about that. The world could end if I still got my funding, for all I care.
Oh.
Who's
gonna fund you?
He finally, like, hops off of his chair that he's been standing on this whole time and, like, gets back on the floor and looks up at all of you. And he's like, well, you see, I'm not worried about being funded by other people. I mean, I am worried about being funded by my own school, but I'm not worried about finding funding elsewhere. Because if this prophecy is true, then we will get our funding back, for sure. They can't deny it if it's true, you know. But do you know what we need to make it look true?
Wait a minute. Are you implying that we carry this out and fake a prophecy?
No. That is not what I'm saying. Okay. Prophecies are real. This is a legitimate prophecy. And to even doubt me, Nikolai, I'm disappointed.
But sir, listen, you just told us that nothing's come true.
No. This came directly by divination from the stars towards the divine realm. That means this has to be true. But see, the issue is, how do you prove that this prophecy is true?
You could wait.
Well, Copse, that's very, very smart of you to suggest. Now, here's the issue with that. Would you like to guess what we think this refers to in our department?
What?
Well, the gold morning, that is the sun, and the silver evening is the moon.
Yes.
And when they join, do you know what that is called?
An eclipse.
An eclipse, yes. Very good, Copse. I see you didn't slack on your astronomical classes before you ran away. Now, here's the issue. The next eclipse of our world is scheduled to be in 5 years from now. So we go back, Copse. Do you think we can wait and still keep our funding?
So you want us to speed the prophecy along?
In a sense. What we're looking for is the ability to prove that potentially the prophecy has something true within it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we're not crazy. we're not. And he kind of scratches the crazy shocks of hair around his head, you know, and he goes, but we think you should try to find the first monarch's weapons.
Do you have an idea of where they could be?
No idea whatsoever.
Great.
Could you use divination to find where they are?
Well, you know, that would be easy if we had prophecies besides this one to go on, Nikolai. But I like where your head's at.
He shrugs.
Now, we believe that should you manage to find the first monarch's weapons, any of them, and bring them to us, we could very easily prove their authenticity and then put it up in display within our observatory under the stars on one evening and easily get funding if we host a nice cocktail hour.
Are there any books in this prestigious school about the first monarch's weapons? Maybe we could use that to go by.
He immediately shoots over to you and shakes your hand and goes, Copse, you smart fella! Oh, you were always such a bright student. Why did you leave the school?
Because there was nothing else I could learn here when I was going into. You know this professor.
He puts a bony finger upwards and goes, there's always more to learn. And there is always more among the stars should you come back. But he releases your hand after an awkwardly long handshake and kind of shrugs and he goes, well, Copse, I believe we may have books on history, but there's an issue that goes back to an early part of the civilization of ours, this wonderful empire, you know, Tabola. In the early, centuries, there was large widespread fires that destroyed the early documentations of the empire. Now, here's where it gets interesting, is anything that was kept from those time periods is now kept in the Royal Library of Tabol, the capital of our great nation. So, what I would suggest is not to waste your time looking through history books here, although we do have a history department. Like, that matters when you can see the future, am I right? But we do have a history department if you should choose to look through a library here. But my suggestion would be to go to the Royal Capital and investigate from the library there. I can give you a letter of introduction to get you in.
That would at least be a helpful start from the information we've gotten so far from you.
Indeed. He kind of rifles through his desk. And he comes across a few things, and then he takes out a large packet full of sheets of paper and puts it on his desk and goes, first off, here is stationery. You can use these letters to write back to me anytime, and it will be delivered on time to me as long as you take it to a post office in a town. Isn't it wonderful that our beautiful large empire has such a well-functioning post office system? Well, as you might imagine, it may not get to me right away. But if you write, I can potentially try to write back and reach you in towns as you travel. But I would love to get, updates on how the future of my tenure is looking from you guys occasionally. And he slides that across the desk for any of you to take.
Take 'em.
Awesome. As you pick them up, you do, in fact, it is stationery with envelopes that are, pre-stamped with, the Tabola Empire, symbol on it. And already paid for, so literally all you have to do is write a letter and you can drop it off in any post office or any town that has a post office. But you should also be aware that mostly large cities, small villages may not have those, but large cities are likely to have post offices that you can send between cities. He continues through and he puts down a sack on the counter and continues rifling through his desk. And then he comes across, his own little memo stationery, and he writes a quick thing a short blurb and hands it to Copse. There you go. That's a letter of introduction from me, Copse. You'll get into anywhere that's worth its salt in the academic area.
I put it in my inner hood pocket.
Excellent.
So I have a question then, Professor. Will this help me get any faster transportation to the capital? Because it's quite a distance from here.
Yes, indeed. I figured, young, strapping adventurers like you might not need to pay for such trivial means of transportation when you could walk. But
Adventurers, we graduated from a magic school.
well, there's only so many things you can do with the degree from here. But you're right. It's unfair of me to assume. It's only my damn job to assume what happens. Sure. Well, lucky for you, I had pulled out that sack over there. And he kind of goes back to the sack on the table and he hands it to you. And inside is 20 gold. So you have 20 gold for your whole party right now. And he goes, that should get you started with, anything you need to pick up in this town for your journey. I don't imagine it'll be too difficult to get there. There's just a road that connects here to the capital. But, if you should need to look for horses, I guess you could potentially rent them, or I think that would be a little hard to do, but buying them, I'm not sure that'll get you there. Maybe you can buy one for the whole party.
Well, it's a start. Okay.
Indeed. Just for you to know, the general cost of a horse in Dungeonworld is 75 coins. So this is not going to get you a horse.
Motherfucker.
You take the gold from him, and he goes, now, of course, I would not make this deal for each of you without, writing down an ironclad contract with what you would want, in return for doing this. Besides that great generous payment I just gave you, Copse, I believe I attempted to divinate what you each might want in turn, and let me see how right I am about this. He kind of goes through another scroll that you see reads prophecy at the top. He goes, let's see. In exchange for doing this favor for me, Copse, you would like money?
Fair enough.
Excellent. I'm on point. Let's see here. Elizabeth, you would like the chance to get a divination from me personally.
Yes, Professor. You are correct.
That is good to hear. And let's see, last but not least, Nikolai. Let's see, here we are. You would like a ham and cheese sandwich.
No.
What?
I really don't need that, Professor.
Hold on a moment. He kind of squints, crosses out a few things, and he goes, hold on. And he pulls out a full star chart and starts trying to move back and forth across it with a little magnifying glass. And he keeps looking around, he's scratching down notes. And as you keep watching him do this, about 3 or 4 minutes have already gone by and he's continuing to scratch things. And as you stand there and watch him, another couple minutes go by, and it's been about 6 or 7 minutes now that he's still continuing to scratch things, and it almost looks like he's forgotten about you all in this room.
Copse is going to take this opportunity to slip out into the hallway and wait.
That's fair. Are you doing anything?
No.
Okay, just getting out of the room. Yep.
Professor.
Yes, what, Nikolai?
How about we just settle with you can also give me a divination?
I was getting to that. See, I had the letters. I had D-I-V-I, but I wasn't sure if you would ask for divine protection or a divination. You know, I had to be sure, but I guess that saves me some time. I guess. Oh, that's why that star is like that. That makes more sense. And he shuts the books finally after giving a satisfied check mark next to what he wrote next to your name. All right, so a divination and a ham and cheese sandwich. Got it.
No.
Don't
Okay.
worry, I've got you, Nikolai. Now, let's see. Oh, Copse is gone. Interesting. But is there anything else I could help you with? Believe me, my life is in your hands, my friends.
I kind of just look at Elizabeth. Oh. I think that will be all, Professor. We'll send you an update when we can.
All right, if you say so. He kind of scratches his face and goes, I feel like I'm forgetting to give you something, but if so, I'll find a way to send something to you.
Oh boy. All right, Professor. He kind of looks around the room. You take care of yourself.
Oh, you too, Nikolai. Be careful out there. You never know what's on those roads, and if your roads should happen to leave you home. And he says that with a very grave voice, despite how his inflection naturally sounds. Nikolai, if it should lead you home, take good care of yourself.
Nikolai looks a lot more serious and just gives a nod.
All right. As for you, Elizabeth, well, I'm sure we can invest in some good makeup.
Thank you, Professor.
He smiles and nods. All right, well, if you need anything, just right. I'll try to help out as I can from here. And if I see danger in your roads, perhaps I'll even be able to get a letter to you. Enjoy your
appreciate it.
adventure. Enjoy your youth. Well, that might be offensive to Elizabeth, but enjoy your time out in the wild.
Like, just waves as he leaves.
Leaves the office awkwardly. So Elizabeth steps out awkwardly after a shrug, and you all leave, and the door shuts behind you, and you rejoin Copse out in the hallway.
Ah, there they are.
Well, I guess we take off. Does anyone need to do anything before we leave?
No, while you guys were in there rambling with that man, I was preparing my spells. I am good to go whenever.
Damn, that's a
I
fast
am
spell
also
preparation.
good to go.
Num num num.
Just for reference, spell preparation takes like about an hour of concentration to do.
I know it was
But
a
yeah,
joke.
yeah, you're fine.
I've had my stuff memorized. I was exaggerating. That's how long
It's just been a while. I have to be sure. Yes. As you're all talking and walking towards the exit of this building, though, you notice the figure that you took the facial features, into your mind earlier. A thin-faced, pale man with a goatee is waiting by the door, arms crossed, leaning against the wall. And he spots you, and he waves you to come over to him.
Copse has a little grin whenever he sees him.
Concerning. The man is a little creeped out by your sudden grin, since he does not know you. But as you approach, he goes, all right. Now, who are you three really?
Who are we really?
Who are you? That you would listen to that crazy old man?
Well, we have all been students of this school.
Have you? He squints. And
Yes.
Not to my recollection that I would know, but I guess I only know the students that really make it worthwhile to teach.
Nikolai crosses his arms. And who are you?
Me? I am the celebrated Dr. Darius Lafelle. I teach and lead our wonderful mathematics and sciences department within our accredited school.
I don't know you. Gotcha. Nikolai Jorgensen.
Ah, well, I would say charmed, but I'm not much of a liar. I usually just speak facts.
That's quite alright.
And you with the brown rags. He kind of makes like a kind of disgusted face, and then he takes a moment and he goes, wait, is this one diseased and walking in our school?
I think you have mistaken me for diseased, sir.
Num num num.
I suppose maybe I have, but I can't tell anything of your features or who you are. But I suppose it's not of importance if you're listening to him. And you... He looks at Copse. And who are you? You look like you maybe have some form of intelligence. I see it in your eyes.
I'm actually an aristocrat that was just visiting an old friend. If you'd like, I can show you my emblem. But I prefer not to be in front of these peasants, so to say.
Is this like a true thing? Are you...
Nope, I'm
okay.
lying.
Yeah, defy danger with charisma. Let's see if he believes it, at least.
Alright, what's the roll? I forget.
2d6 plus your stat modifier, so whatever your charisma is. So slash roll 2d6. Oof. 0 charisma?
No, I'm all charisma.
So then do you have
add
plus
it.
3 then? Or
yeah,
plus 2.
We're
Okay,
level
still a 6, so still a fail.
Thanks, me.
Just for like the quick reminder to you on how it works. 2 to 6 is a fail. 7 to 9 is a semi-success that usually has some sort of drawback, but it is still successful in a sense. And 10 plus is a full success. In this case, you ate straight shit attempting to lie, and he looks at you and he goes, all right, show me your emblem.
All right. Well, as I stated before, I don't want to do it in front of them. So if we could go into a less around them, I guess, kind of area, that would be appreciated.
We can send them back towards the ruffian professor. He waves.
All right.
He very dismissively waves to Elizabeth and Nikolai to leave.
Nikolai just glares, rolls his eyes, and starts heading out of the academy.
They head out the front door. And you are now alone with him in the hallway. He goes, well, no one's here.
So if you take a look at my stat sheet, you'll see that one of the items I have is a bag of books.
Yes.
Okay, that is I would say that's quite a hefty bag of books, correct?
Oh my
Do you-
god.
Should I have explained how bag of books is supposed to be used to you before this, by the way?
No, it's fine. It's fine. Let me.
Okay. But for
Let her-
future reference, the bag of books is meant to give you a +1 on spout lore rolls if you use it to reference thing. But in this case, you can also just use it to slug a man with books. Go ahead. It would definitely hurt.
What do I need to roll? I'm sure I need to roll something.
Roll hack and slash. So plus strength.
Strength, oh boy.
Yes,
What is
-1.
2d6?
I see your 2d6 -1. All rolls will be a 2d6 unless it's damaged usually.
So it's a 6.
A semi-success. This man is watching you pull out this bag.
He said
of
it was a
books.
6.
Oh, it's a 6. Oh, it's a -1. You can
Yeah.
also add, when you write slash roll 2d6, you can add +1 -1. It'll just add it. It's a 6. It's an absolute failure. Either way, he watches you start unslinging a bag of books from your side, and as you go to lift it and slug him, he very quickly just punches you in the face. Can you take a d4 of damage?
1d4.
Ouch. Yeah, and don't forget to subtract your armor from that. So it's
that'd be
3 damage
three.
free. Yes. Yeah, you take a square punch straight into your nose, and you hear the cartilage kind of crunch a little. As blood a little shoots out of one of your nostrils, and he goes, "Ruffian! Ruffians, all of you!"
I begin laughing maniacally.
Ah, you think this is funny, do you? Well, you're lucky there's no way for me to prove it happened. But let me tell you something, sir. Should I see you come back into this school ever again, I will have you escorted off the campus immediately.
I don't think I have any spells, do I?
You're gonna kill this man in the
God.
first minute.
I need a corpse.
Oh my
That
god.
is true. You are Did you not have any by default?
Not that I know of.
I will have to keep that in mind for you in the future. But alright.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to. I was like, weak old man. Let me see if I can just get a quick corpse because he already pissed me off.
Yeah, not so weak when he just fucking crunches your nose upwards.
Whenever I keep failing rolls.
Your head is ringing. Elizabeth walked out with Nikolai, unfortunately, so Elizabeth could not help.
We are hanging outside.
Yeah, you guys all walked out. And
Can I attempt to use the shovel instead?
you're
Alright.
going to continue to attack. I won't stop you.
I think I can take him.
Okay.
Actually, I'll use my staff. I have a nice totem of skulls.
Sure, roll.
Is it still hack and slash?
Yep, still hack and slash.
1d4 or no 2d6?
2d6 plus strength, so -1.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you next start to unsling your staff after
I'm
dropping the or
so
reattaching the
dying.
books, and the man very quickly takes a second punch straight into your jawline. This time, can you roll another d4 of damage?
That one's a 1 damage.
God.
Ouch. Yeah, he gets a solid punch in there. It doesn't like hurt a ton, but those 2 punches to the head are gonna start ringing your noggin if you keep that up. And he goes, "That's it! Security! Security!" I will say the 2 of you outside hear this man beginning to scream security.
I quickly put away my stuff and I'm just like, this man's just beating me. I don't know why.
God.
Do either of the 2 of you run back in after hearing security being called? Nikolai
just
Elizabeth.
kind of like lazily looks over to Elizabeth, like, do we even bother?
Elizabeth sighs. As you are Sai, and you 2 are there, by the way. You see 3 gentlemen wearing, their uniforms. They're very clearly wearing some form of uniform, with the emblem of the school on it, over their heart, and, they're very, tight shirts, and they are sprinting into their 3 very buff gentlemen, heading directly inside past you as you exchange a look outside.
God. Nikolai heads inside. Do I see them trying to potentially restrain Copse?
Sure. You head in after them. Copse, you see 3 buff as hell gentlemen approaching you very quickly.
So they're coming from behind me, I'm guessing?
I'd say they're coming. His back is to the security. You can see them coming.
Oh, that's not it. I'm gonna pretend like I'm going to hold my nose, which is bleeding, and I'm going to make it worse.
Oh my god.
How do you mean make it worse?
Well, I'm just gonna pop a few more blood vessels that are still in my nose.
Oh, God.
Willingly you're gonna do this?
Yes.
Defy danger with Constitution.
What would would that be?
That's +1 for you. So 2d6. Everything is a 2d6 in Dungeonworld. So
it's a 7.
So it's a 7. Okay. Semi-success. You're not gonna take damage from hitting yourself, or not hitting yourself, but popping extra vessels. But your head does not feel good. Like you need, like, the start of this journey, if you have to walk, is not gonna feel great on you.
I mean, it's, but
yeah.
my characteristic doesn't really.
No, that's fair. The extra blood kind of spurts, and you see the gentleman slow down as it approaches, as they approach and see it, and they look a little confused, and he says, "Seize that gentleman! He was attempting to attack me!"
This man just keeps beating me. Look how my nose is bleeding like crazy. I was just having a nice conversation with him. I think he's gone senile.
Your previous role prevented you from being immediately tackled. Now defy danger with charisma to see if this sells the performance.
Oh my god.
Jesus fuck.
I have no rolls. I have no rolls.
And a thing to remember about Dungeonworld. You only learn by failure, so don't forget to be marking XP whenever you fail a roll, because you're going to be rich at this, right?
I don't even know what I'm at.
The guards are like... They paused for a moment, because you really do look like a beaten dog right now. But they take into account that you're holding your staff in your hand, in the other hand.
I put it away.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. You put your staff away. They just kind of take into account the situation that this man is an accredited or a professor of this university. Even if they wanted to believe your story, they can't. So these men all approach you and two of them try to pick you up by the arms, and one goes to pick you up by the legs.
Nikolai, seeing this, just kind of chuckles at it and then kind of clears his throat. "Excuse me, gentlemen. I'm so sorry. My friend here, he's fallen down a few times, has a little bit of the brain damage. I profusely apologize for him. I will take him out of this place right now. You will not see him. Please forgive him."
Can you defy danger with charisma?
Can
See if they'll
certainly
believe
try.
that, or if this man is about to be hoisted out and thrown on his face. It's
That'd
already
be kind of funny though.
It's already taken enough of a beating. His face.
How much is it 10 XP to level up?
It is 7 plus your current level. So you guys
So
have
you'll
to
need 8.
You need 8.
I am halfway there.
So, yep. Yeah. You
I kind of look at the professor because I want to get him out of this too for having slugged this guy, even though I know it was out of self-defense. Like, I just want it to be a clean. Just let me take this guy out of here.
The professor looks at you in the eyes and scowls. And he goes, "Fine. You know what? Let them leave, but he is never coming back in here. If I see him, security will escort this threat off my campus."
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. I have greatly apologized again. You will not see him ever again.
Ah. Yep. Copse.
I quickly grab his arm and start trying to tug him away.
I can't believe I failed that many rolls in a row.
It happens, man.
As I'm being taken away, I just have a grin on my face.
You are not right in the head, my friend.
And Elizabeth and Nikolai help you out, you crazy son of a bitch.
Back.
Just like a moment out of character, I forgot you were the same guy that, like, on a previous Necromancer tried to kill someone immediately in an alley in a different campaign and got caught doing it.
Right.
I should have known, like, if I didn't give you a chance to get a corpse, this would happen. like,
I need a corpse. I need some way to defend myself.
It's
I obviously
fine.
can't.
I'm sure you'll find one eventually.
Well, I mean, we still got a graveyard on the way. It'll be fine.
It's true.
So I can currently have 3 undead if I wanted to.
Got it. yeah, you all finally exit the university building, the observatory area. Where are you headed next?
Did Derek need a second to do something?
No, I'm fine.
Oh, okay. I thought you said you were
We're
go
gonna
away
take
for
a
a moment.
break in a minute. I just want to know where you
Okay.
guys are going next.
What's the nearest town? I need to see the map again since we're leaving
Sure.
the campus.
Boop-a-da-doop. Heading back
Like
to the map.
painting.
So we're at
You
North
are in
Balltown.
North Fall Town. Like the professor had told you before, there is literally a road between here and the capital that will... It is almost a direct shoot. You do have to cross the river at a bridge that will occur. Let me mark it on the
Are there
map
any
for you.
small towns or anything along the way, or is it just forest?
Here's the bridge. There's your cute little bridge. There are little towns along the way. There's probably a couple of them between here and there.
Okay, I guess we'll just head to the next town.
Sure. Typically, what I'm gonna say for a lot of travel in this is I'm going to be making you guys do the travel roll that Roll20 has. Sorry, not Roll20. Dungeonworld has. The exact name of which I believe is Undertake a Perilous Journey. In which case, there are 3 parts that are important to perilous journeys. And you guys, you don't want to get anything before you leave Northfall Town. You're good to just go straight to the capital. Besides potentially stopping at towns along the way. What I'm going to say is typically the entire journey can be done just by undertaking a perilous journey, assuming I don't want to throw any random curveballs at you for fun or random encounters. That's what you should expect. Okay. With the undertake a perilous journey move, there are 3 jobs that have to be done. There is the Trailblazer, the one who actively leads the way and leads the party down the roads and such. There is the Quartermaster. They are in charge of, bags, making camp, and or rations, It's probably the least threatening thing to have to do. You literally just have to watch everyone's food and make sure you don't eat too much of it. And then there is the Scout, which literally you move ahead to make sure your party doesn't fall into any danger. Those are the 3 positions that you have to take and occupy, and each of you will roll at least one of those. If our 4th member was here, they could switch in and out to do any of those depending on if they'd be better at any of them. But since it's just you 3, each of you will have to do at least 1 job. And you cannot do more than 1 job, I should say. Now, that being said, if you want to stop at small towns, Derek, or if there's something you're looking for along the way, feel free to tell me right while you're taking your perilous journey, and we can look for ways to do it. I just don't want to spend, hours doing travel sessions.
I just need a graveyard or something.
Okay. Potentially at those small towns, there probably are graveyards. For the moment, I'm going to say let's take a break while we get ready to take our perilous journey. The other thing I should mention is rations. 2 of you don't eat food, do you?
I don't know. I'm counted as undead.
Okay. And Elizabeth
All the
also
food
does
for me.
I do not
Yeah.
eat either.
Am I the odd one out here?
The good news is it shouldn't be too important then.
I also don't need to sleep.
God damn. Give me all your food.
Yeah.
Very much, I'm unaffected by any of the constraints of living creatures. So, but at the same time, though, like healing magic hurts me. So, and then we also never went over what my phylactery is gonna be.
Feel free to choose what I thought we did. I thought we picked something.
I don't think we did.
Or maybe I'm thinking of something else. I'm thinking of something else. Yeah. You can decide and just PM it to me. Assuming it's not anything insane, I really don't care. It's a phylactery. It's just what you keep your soul in, bro.
Yeah.
What's the importance of that? But yeah, we'll undertake a perilous journey. We'll attempt to do some graveyard robbing, and then we'll head to the capital after this break. So feel free to refresh drinks, use the bathroom, go sacrifice pea to the pea gods, etc., etc., etc. I will be back in a moment as well. We're just talking.
So how's our chat doing, eh?
Do what, boat?
I was just saying hello to chat, asking how they're doing.
Ramen suggesting that I use Elizabeth as my undead corpse.
Yeah, I think that's kind of fucked up, dog. Elizabeth is very much, sentient.
I was hoping I was gonna get at least one of those rolls off him, hitting him.
I know. That I hate it when it
I
happens.
just needed one good roll, and I'm sure he would have died. He would have crumpled.
It was an attempt.
He's
I
an
get
old,
it.
withering man. It shouldn't.
I would not have been upset if you had gotten him. He was an asshole.
Well, that was why I was gonna kill him, because he was an asshole.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, let's just remove him from the equation, and then I'll have a nice undead to do stuff. But no.
I mean, I'm sure people would ask questions. What a
Man.
professor suddenly went missing.
Questions that we won't be there for.
Yep, right?
I got 4 XP out of it at least. You know, that's halfway to the next level.
You may end up level up. I got 1 XP. It's solely because I didn't know who he was.
Can't wait for me to have a bad roll on creating an undead, and Colin's gonna get to make up whatever
I want to be amazed, man.
complication arises during the ritual.
I'm assuming Arkent's still AFK. Still waiting on Art.
That's fine. A minute.
Yeah.
We can chitty chat. How's the sound quality been so far from my viewers? Everything good? Cool. Let's see.
Yeah, the previous necromancer I played did start with a corpse, which remember it was my mother.
Mm-hmm.
Have fun disguising corpses and moving them through towns. Or just leave them outside of town.
That was the plan.
Um,
I also
returns from peeing.
I'm excited to get the second level so that I can get the meat alternative skill.
Also,
What?
very funny you didn't get to talk to Dr. Darius. You just started trying to murder. You have no idea why
Really?
that man called out to you still.
He was rude as soon as he saw us earlier. I had no
See.
intentions of befriending him.
This fake aristocrat. What a loser.
I was ready
mean,
to
it
talk
would've
with
worked.
them, and then I went, well, this ain't gonna go well.
I had it all planned out. I was gonna like pretend I was getting I had it in my bag of books, and then I was gonna whack him upside the head, and then he was gonna be either dead or out cold.
This man using a spout lore tool to beat people to death.
It's all I got. What do you want from me?
God damn.
Jesus.
Arkent's back. Does anyone need to get a drink or anything before we start again?
I'm alright.
I am set.
Alright. So let's do a quick little tidbit aside, which I say quick. With how Derek's been rolling, I don't know how long we're going to be here. We are stopping around this point on the map at a tiny village. As you happen to be passing through, we will first roll our attempt to perilous journey to get to this point in our journey. Would the three of you pick a roll and then tell me, or pick the roll you're going to do. Tell me which roll, and then we will roll them.
As the
Beep,
only
beep.
person who requires food, I
You-
think
Okay.
I suppose I'll do that.
Well, like I said, there's also other parts to it, right? Like it can include, setting up camp properly, taking care of your supplies, making sure things don't get wet if it happens to rain.
Yeah.
There's a lot that goes into it, but food is usually the biggest part.
I will be the trailblazer.
Yep, you have
Hell
a
yeah.
map. You have this old map in front of you that we see here and has stuff marked on it.
What's the other role? I forgot.
Trailblazer, Scout, and
Scout.
Quartermaster, so you will be scouting ahead of the party.
That's fine.
Sure. It's not a super long journey because luckily there's a road straight between here and there. It's really probably like within a couple days walk if you're straight up
Ooh.
walking from there to there. Wow.
Yeah.
Nikolai's a hungry fella, huh?
He's so hungry.
Do you have rations to start?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Typically when you fail this, it's usually just mark an extra ration.
Mhm.
I'm not a huge fan of keeping track of your rations. I'll just shrug and say cool, as long as you guys make sure you have food if you need it, which is just you.
What stat am I adding to my role for scouting?
For undertake a perilous journey, it is plus wisdom.
Wisdom, it's 0. Okay. So that's just none.
On a 7 to 9, actually no, on a 7 to 9, the normal number of rations are consumed, so it's not the end of the world. Elizabeth rolled an 8. The journey takes about as long as expected. You don't magically cut off time for everybody. And Copse, you rolled a 10.
Mm-hmm.
On a 10, the scout would spot any trouble quick enough to let you get the drop on it. So,
Thank God.
if you need to reference like the old moves and stuff, I'll post it in chat real fast. There's a move sheet for like the basic moves that all classes have. But yeah, you have undertook your perilous journey, and it goes well for your first one, despite Nikolai. I know you failed. You didn't get a mid.
No, yeah, I failed.
I don't know why I misread that. On a 6. Yep. Mark a ration consumed. You definitely found yourself a lot hungrier on this journey. You probably forgot to just eat properly before you left to even start the journey in the first place. It's been a while since you had to do, like, kind of just a march between places, but it is what it is. Maybe. I'll say, Copse, you, as night falls and you've gotten past the bridge, you spot the town in advance that you're moving towards. And you do, in fact, spot a graveyard. I'm not going to make you roll extra things to find stuff in there. You find a graveyard, and as it's getting dark, you all agree to kind of make camp just outside town so you don't bother too many people in there. Most of them are nice, but you never know when a town's just going to, like, be wary of outsiders. And night falls, and as the scout, you properly wait for it to get dark. What's your plan?
I'm going to. Are we near the town?
Yes, you are just outside the town for your camping.
If it's dark, I'm going to attempt to pick up some bodies.
Yep. You are going grave robbing behind the local church. Are you waiting for your party to fall asleep?
No, I'll just tell them I'll be right back.
Okay. Copse, well, you're all seated around, a little campfire going for the evening. Copse just says, "I'll be right back," and heads off into the darkness.
I look to Elizabeth. Should we follow him?
Could just be using the bathroom.
The last time we left Copse alone, he got beaten up.
I nod. Let's follow him. We're gonna attempt to follow him without being seen.
Okay. Copse, you are going to first give me a defy danger with wisdom to try and see these two following you as you approach the behind of the church. You spot Nikolai, who's dressed a little more brightly, but you do not see Elizabeth trailing closely behind. But in the moonlight, you know Nikolai is following you at least. Do you continue to go towards the back of the church, the local church?
How far away are they? How far away is Nikolai, I guess?
How far? Yeah, Nikolai. How far are you trailing him from?
I mean, I'm trying to stay a good distance away.
Maybe like 30 yards, 40 yards. Keeping
yeah,
in sight
something like
around
that.
Corners. Yeah,
right.
You definitely still, you could tell it was Nikolai. It's hard not to tell that figure.
Got bright blonde hair.
Yeah, but, shining in the moonlight. But yeah, they're like 30 yards back. Nikolai is at least.
So they can see me pretty clearly then. So.
They definitely have eyes on you.
Okay, I'm going to just wave my finger no at them.
Yep, Nikolai, you see a wagging finger across the distance. Definitely intended for you.
I mutter to Elizabeth, I think he only sees me. You keep trailing, I'm gonna try something else. Are there any gravestones that are like, what do you call those? Like the pillar kinds? If you know what I'm talking about.
This is a pretty small town.
Or is it
graveyard.
just okay?
It's typically they're not paying for anything magnificent. They're it's a small town. You live here, you die here, and we all have to do our part to pitch in.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have enough to really spend on being illustrious around their graves.
Are there any trees around?
There are trees along the way.
I'm going to, stand up fully, kind of nod like, yeah, I'm caught, and walk to where he can't see me. And then I would like to attempt to use Misty Step and try to do that to teleport over behind a tree where you can't see me. You try to sneak again.
Misty step. You're briefly engulfed in the substance and teleport a near distance to a destination you can see. Sure. Yeah, just roll Misty Step.
All right.
Let's see how it goes.
It is +2.
On a 9, what happens for your spell? You choose one of the following. Draw unwanted attention or put yourself in the spot. Take -1 ongoing to cast a spell until the next time you can petition. Or after it is cast, the spell is revoked by your patron. You cannot cast it again until you prepare spells, etc.
Oh, I was looking at the wrong one. I will let it be revoked.
Okay. Yep. You successfully Misty Step away and behind a tree. And Copse, from your perspective, you watch Nikolai kind of stand up, do the I surrender, walk out, and then some mist appears over in that area and you no longer can see Nikolai.
Alright, I
In the midst of
continue
it.
on to the graveyard.
It wasn't far. You were pretty close to it already, honestly. Elizabeth, what are you doing? Curious to hear what Elizabeth is up to. You were not caught.
Sneaky,
Are
sneaky.
you trailing still? Are you attempting to trail?
I continue to sneaky.
Okay. And Copes, you walk into the graveyard unaware that your friends are fully aware of where you are headed at this point. And you finally approach. Do you want to give me one more roll for wisdom to see if you catch either of them as you finally settle in about to do some grave robbing?
9.
This time you catch Elizabeth. Elizabeth, sneakying. You do not see Nikolai, as, there was some magic shenanigans that occurred. And your eyes have no way to trace where Nikolai would have been in the first place. But Elizabeth, who is trailing along, accidentally steps on a branch on the edge of the graveyard, alerting you to the presence.
Oops.
Num.
Oops.
Can I help you, Elizabeth?
I just wanted to make sure you were okay. Because
No.
last time we left you alone, you got beat up and all.
Oh, that was all a part of plan. Don't worry. I'm perfectly fine.
He said with a bruised nose.
Are you sure you don't need my help with anything?
Num.
Unless you want to help me dig up some bodies.
What the heck? Why are you digging up bodies?
Num.
I'm a mage of many talents, Elizabeth, and I figure if we're going to be adventuring, I might as well let you know now, so there's no confusion later on. But the reason I left our previous school to go down and work on my own studies was because, as the professor knows, I am a necromancer, which is why I
Gasp!
easily defeated in Mortal Kombat by that
Num.
old man, as I do not possess any strength.
So, you were trying to kill that professor?
Num.
He was a nice-looking body. He was rude to us. He had it coming. Unfortunately, my own strength could not subdue him. Which is why I need some bodies.
So you can bring people back from the dead.
Num num num.
I can. You want to watch? Or I guess I should say I can attempt to.
I will watch.
Alrighty.
Num num num.
I get out my shovel and dig up 3 bodies.
Sure. Nikolai, you, from your perspective, did not hear any of that conversation, but you saw Elizabeth approach, and then Elizabeth watch Copse get out a shovel and begin digging out. You said 3 bodies.
Yes.
Okay. So what I'll say is, I'm gonna make a roll first. Okay.
Oh no.
You find 3 bodies that still have their flesh on. And they're all not in the worst condition. The flesh rotting, of course, but they're not skeletons, like you might expect, because we don't know how long it's been since these bodies have been buried in the first place. But you find 3 fresher looking ones, kind of nicely dressed, like you would assume they would try to bury them in. Of course. Yeah, you have 3 bodies that are in decent condition.
Alrighty. I am going to use Create Undead to make a 3-body mass larger undead.
So you're making one giant flesh golem, essentially.
Pretty much.
Where have I heard that before?
So that will be 2d6 plus my stat. My stat of chosen is charisma, so it'll be +2 to whatever I roll. It's a 7 + 2, so it's a 9.
Or just add +2 to the end of your roll.
Sorry.
It'll do the work for you. God.
Maybe I like the
9.
extra work.
no.
9, you get to put any arises, complications that might arise from my ritual.
Give me one moment to read through this again real fast. You're making a 3-body corpse?
Yes.
+2 to all damage rolls, 8 HP, 1 armor, and has access to basic moves. It has +2 to 2 stats and +0 to all others. Does Elizabeth know how to animate bodies together? Do you have any way that you think you actually could aid him? Now that I put it that way. Yeah, no, you Elizabeth kind of thinks for a moment and is like, maybe I should help, but then is also like, maybe I don't know how to help. So you continue to watch with your curious eyes as a shambling abomination is put together. Here's the complication from your ritual. As the bodies you didn't really move around. As the bodies form together to form one larger fleshy monster that's big and tall, you very quickly find that it's smashing some of the other stones around it. And the gravestones are breaking as it's forming, and it's kind of flailing, trying to understand the extent of its own animation. But very quickly, you find yourself with a large, shambling undead that's about the height of, a man and a half, but the arms of a fucking charger from Left 4 Dead. You've got yourself a very fucking swole looking zombie that's very big. And this is going to be hard to hide if you take it into places.
All right. Can I start my next thing then?
What's your next thing?
I'm going to cast invisibility on it.
You have invisibility. Where do you have that? Or can you just use wizard
It's
spells?
my necromantic tome. I can choose one spell that's the same level as I am.
From another class and add it to
Yes,
the home?
from any class. So I chose necromancy. No, I
You
chose
chose
invisibility,
invisible. Let's see.
which is an ongoing spell. So as long as he
yes.
doesn't attack her, I cancel it.
I think it's also a focus spell, is it not? Maybe
It doesn't.
not. I don't think it is. I think you're right,
It
actually.
just
I
says
think it
illusion
doesn't.
ongoing description. Touch an
Sure.
ally. Nobody can see them. They're invisible. The spell persists until the target attacks, or you dismiss the effect.
Fair enough.
While the spell is ongoing, you
Yeah.
can't cancel it.
Roll to cast the spell. Dark Arcana.
All right.
Roll plus charisma.
So it's a
Doesn't even
13.
matter. Yeah, you have turned this monster invisible. I will warn you, its footsteps are still heavy. And it's still the same body mass it was, so people can easily walk into this thing. But it is invisible completely to the naked eye. There would not be an easy way to discern it there.
So yeah, I had a strategy.
Fair enough.
What just happened? Where did it go?
Oh, it's still here. Don't worry, Elizabeth. I just simply turned it invisible as to not scare any onlookers.
I see. And does this undead have its mind intact still?
Absolutely not.
No, it is pretty much just a hordling, so to say. It only knows how to follow basic orders. It does not retain any of its previous memories. A mindless husk, so to say.
I see.
Also, just for a moment, as funny as it is that you mentioned onlookers, Nikolai, you totally saw 3 corpses get shoveled out here, become one giant walking tank of a corpse, and then very quickly just disappear from sight completely. All of which Elizabeth has been standing next to Copse in full sight of you this whole time.
After having witnessed this, he just takes off. Whether or not they look and see him, they probably do hear him as he runs, but he is going to run back to the camp.
Is he trying to be sneaky?
No, not at all. He's just running back. He
Sure,
doesn't
then,
care
yeah.
if they notice or not.
Yeah, a branch breaks, and you guys definitely know somebody had been watching you here and has run off.
Oh, it appears someone might have been paying attention, Elizabeth. Do you have any idea on who that could have been?
It might have been Nikolai, I must admit.
Well, I'd prefer it to be them. I'll have to talk to them the same way and explain things like I did to you, so I prefer it be them and not someone that I might have to silence. I guess let's head back to camp and hope it is.
Agreed.
And I just have the abomination walk a little bit behind us.
Yep. Your abomination well, not silently, invisibly shambles behind you, but audibly you just do as it trudges along. Yeah, and you all return to camp, Nikolai a little ahead of them, out of breath.
Nikolai, how is your evening going?
Yeah, it's been going.
So I understand there's a possibility that my forebode warning earlier of not following was not listened to, and you might have hopefully it was you that saw something at the graveyard.
Could have been. It's still like heaving a bit.
Well, I'm gonna need you to let me know so I can explain things if it is. If it's not, then I need to go and possibly have a word with the townsfolk.
Nikolai thinks about this not like in the fact that you've just low-key threatened to attack a town. It's necromancy, huh?
Yes, it was the reason why I had to leave. For the school does not offer a course on it since it is not looked highly upon. The professor, of course, knows this, which is the favor I owe him for allowing me to leave and not reporting me. Of course, I've gone much past the basic understanding I had when I was attending that school.
Well, it seems you and I might have a lot more in common than I thought.
Oh, how exciting!
I'm not a necromancer, if that is your question.
Oh, I care not what you practice. As long as our ideals align, then I think we'll work fine together.
I don't know about a lie in necromancy. I won't pretend that I...
You don't have to pretend to like it. You just have to pretend to not care.
Exactly.
But now we have at least some more insurance with this pile of flesh following us. We'll have an extra guard.
Will anyone hear it?
I mean, you can hear the footsteps, but you won't see it until it's too late. As it is a giant mass, it's very hard to silence its
Perhaps we
quite
leave it
profound footsteps.
outside of the town when we go in the morning.
Oh, I will not be bringing this into town. That would be fool's play. Someone could run into it. Someone could trip over it. You never know. I prefer it than not accidentally maybe stabbing it, which would cause it to not be too happy, and it might lose its invisibility effect. And that would be a whole situation I don't feel like dealing with currently.
There's also the concern of, although it is a mesh of flesh and bone, someone could potentially recognize something of it. Those did not appear to be old.
Our other option, unless we need ration or something, might be to skip this town, as my spell didn't go quite right. It usually is a lot more smoother. As you might have seen, it flailed a bit and destroyed some of the tombstones. That normally does not happen, but I seem to have messed up the spell slightly, which made it go erotic. So they will probably be questioning the sudden destruction of their graveyard and missing of 3 bodies.
Maybe we leave before, or just shortly after sunrise.
Probably for the best.
To get as far as possible.
So is your plan to leave at sunrise or leave like just before sunrise?
Probably just before.
Okay.
That works.
Okay. So you're not going to travel through the night though?
No, we're gonna let one of our members get some rest.
Okay. Yep, you're one party member that needs to sleep. I guess I didn't think about that either, huh? You almost could be... Well, I mean, it also makes sense not to travel at night, just because it's much more dangerous if you were to be attacked. I would definitely give you minus on your rolls for Perilous Journey if you were to travel at night, but
Right.
it would be what it would be. Yeah. So around dawn, you all wake up. No one woke up before you. You're okay. You guys can all get ready to roll out quick. Is there anything else you need to do in this town before you leave?
I want to... let's see. Hold on. I want to be able to take some time to petition again.
Sure. I mean, you can. Yeah. You can consider this a long break.
Cool. Okay.
Copse can also take your health back. You're back to full health. 'Cause you still heal normally over time though. Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're back to full health too. And any spells and everything you guys can reset or choose out. You have plenty of time if you're taking a full rest. So,
Mm-hmm.
does anyone
Well, is
need
that
to take a
done?
break before we keep going?
I'm
Good.
good.
I'm just checking. All right, then we shall roll ever onwards to Tabol. Can we get another perilous journey in the chat? Yep, that's right. I'm making
Oof.
you roll it again.
I rolled a 3.
Wow, scouting, not great.
I'm a very hungry
Elizabeth
boy.
leads the way perfectly.
It's okay. Look,
Um,
God, she's amazing.
Okay. I'm not gonna make you consume another ration. You're definitely
Okay.
just gonna kind of fumble with supplies. What do you have on your personal? I'm just gonna make a personal note and move on with that. Copse, so distracted. Uh, you're you attempt to scout ahead as you go throughout the journey. The issue is as you move faster to move ahead of the group, your undead keeps trying to move faster along with you. And consistently, as some travelers have passed you, as this can be a busy road, for some reason, all they ever seemed to feel as you walked by was... which really, they kind of gave you some odd looks, but moved on. Luckily for both of you, Elizabeth fucking killed it on the back end of this trip, having picked up properly how this map works, and proceeds to make the final trek and journey into the ever wonderful and beautiful capital of Tobol. And let me give you a quick change on the screen. You can see off in the distance as you make a bend the capital of Tobol.
Ooh.
As you awkwardly pass, other pilgrims, be it pilgrims, people, peasants, moving around on the road, awkwardly trying to get away from the very loud footstepped man that is very conspicuously walking down this road. But yeah, you very quickly find yourselves drawn closer to the capital. The capital itself is a very large city, as you would expect of an empire. It spans almost a modern city's distance worth, with a large, imposing wall around the entire thing. Inside, there are tons of tall buildings, tons of large... yes, very large buildings. Very good, Arkent. There are a bunch of large buildings. There's definitely... You can tell the capital, or not the capital, the castle of the town is somewhere in there. A very large estate. As you can see, a large domed roof on the far side of the capital that you're approaching is very clearly kind of almost by itself and set apart from the other buildings built into the city. And as you continue to walk, you also realize, as you can see down in the bottom right, there is a large lake that is in this around this area. I'll take you back to the map. The capital was built on a lake, which you can see right there, which has definitely helped to contribute to its success, as if you were to mark down that path, they receive timber and all sorts of resources from the forests and other stuff to that west. It has been great for fishing and or other parts of movement to this area, which helped contribute to its success. But yeah, so you approach this large, imposing capital that you have no map of the interior of. Let me ask the players as a whole, have any of your characters ever happened to be to the city before?
I don't believe so.
Okay. What did Cope say?
I said no, I haven't had a reason to.
Nope. Okay. Nah, alright. So all of you fresh and green to this whole giant sprawling city, you quickly approach the front gates of it. And as you approach, you find yourselves a little overwhelmed. There are guards that stand at the front, but no one's checking anything to let you in or out unless you have like a wagon or something large that you're bringing into the city, at which point they would have stopped you. But luckily for you guys, you are traveling just on foot. And as such, you've made excellent time getting here thanks to a perfect trailblazing. And you've probably gotten here, it's approaching like midday, a little bit early afternoon as you approach. And you finally find yourself at the front of the gates. Let me ask, you guys find yourselves walking into the city. What's the plan?
Oh boy.
I'm going to have my undead, of course, wait out in the forest. Since it would not be very good having him walk into this kingdom.
Smart. Yep, your undead will just kind of go, "Ugh," and just moves off to a very conspicuous set of bushes well off the road. And you see the bushes rustle, and then you hear a thump as it sits down. All right.
God, that thing's a nightmare.
Maybe we should ask a guard. We do have a letter of introduction.
That is true. I get the letter out from my inner pocket and approach a guard.
Sure. The guard, you approach like a very typical looking guard. Tall gentleman, shock of brown hair on top of his head. He's wearing not like full plate armor. He kind of has like leather armor bound up and down and a spear. And he turns to you. He goes, "Hello, what can I do for you?"
Yes, hello, sir. We have just traveled here from the illustrious school. What was the town of North Fall Town? We are here under recommendation, and I pull out and or I give him the letter from one of the prestigious professors over there to visit the library.
Ah, I see now. Let's see here. You've got a letter. He kind of takes the letter. He goes, "So what were you looking for again? A library?"
Yeah, yes, the capital's library. We're here to do some
The Royal
look at some
Library.
books.
Interesting. Let's see here. He opens the letter. And you actually find as he opens it, there's like a couple other pieces of paper tucked in there. He just takes out the first one to read over it. He's reading it. And his face grows a little stern. His face grows a little pale. And he puts the letter back inside. And licks the envelope and shuts it and reseals it for you and hands it back to you. He goes, "Okay. You're gonna go down this road, make a left when you see the bakery, continue down that road. You should see the road that leads straight towards the castle. Head as far as you can down that road before you see a blockade. When you see the blockade, turn right, you go straight down that, and you'll find a building you cannot mistake. That is the Royal Library." Okay?
Thank you.
Then when you approach there, yeah. And he's really pale. And he turns to a guard next to him and he goes, "I've got to go home." And he just walks off.
I ask if we are free to enter.
Oh yeah, the other guard is just like kind of put off by the whole thing. He goes, "Oh, I mean, yeah, you guys didn't bring a wagon, right?
No, it's just us three.
Just yeah, you can go on it then.
All right.
Enjoy the
then-
capital."
Thank you. We enter the kingdom, the castle.
You have entered the capital of Tabol, the heart of the Tabola Empire. A wonderful, beautiful, beautiful place. But very fucking busy as you finally make your way in, and these streets are crazy, dude. There are like wagons and carts being pushed, zooming up and down. There are markets left and right as you go in. There are people shouting like, "Hey, come buy this thing!" Like somebody grabs Nikolai by the hand and is like, "You buy these glasses, yes? They make you see the world."
No, thank you.
Yeah, and you finally get your hand out of it. He goes, "Your laws!" And he immediately grabs like another traveler that was coming behind you guys, and you keep making your way down. And this place is so bustling. There are typical businesses. You eventually find that bakery. You make the turn, and you follow his directions as you keep going. One place of importance to note as you keep walking down that road, approaching the castle of the capital. You do, in fact, find that blockade that was mentioned, and it is an imposing blockade that is the entrance to the estate of the capital, in which there are a shit ton of gold-armored plated guards just standing in a straight line as a wall in front of a large set of wooden like gates to enter. And this whole estate is surrounded by stone walls around the whole outside that probably go about, let's say, maybe, I'm not really good at distances vertically. I'm going to say the walls are probably about 2 stories high, though, so there's no way you could just jump them if you had to go in. It's very secure. And you just take note of that as you make your turn headed towards another building, which is very large. And you find yourselves headed towards the library itself. Which, as was mentioned, you could not mistake. You cross over a canal, and as you look to your left, you see a very large, conspicuous building. Spirals going up, large towers at the front, an extended exterior at the back. It is gorgeous. You can tell this empire does not skimp on the funding for their libraries. Paper is definitely important to them. And as you continue across this bridge, there's a couple times where like a couple guards are wandering on patrol, kind of give you a stink eye because you realize you're in like the bougie part of the city. You guys don't necessarily look like you belong in these places, especially with someone that has brown rags around their face. But no one's stopping you per se. And eventually you finally make it to the entrance to the building itself. And you find yourselves face to face as you enter into this building. A very large entryway. And behind that, a help desk, in which there is a young elven man with black hair seated behind with small spectacles reading a book and taking notes in a book next to him.
I approach the help desk.
Yep, this guy has no idea you're approaching. He does not even take note of you. The only thing that you should be worried about is this place is massive. There are hallways going down all sorts of directions. There are, entranceways into separate areas that have books upon books upon books. You've got no idea, how you would even begin to navigate this place.
All right. Is there like a bell or anything on the desk, or is it just a desk?
There is a bell. There's a little brass bell.
I ding the bell.
The guy sits straight up and with a smile goes, "Hello, welcome to the Royal Library of Tabol. My name is Matthew. How may I assist you?"
Yes. Hello, Matthew. We have just come from the great school that is located in Northfall Town. We were sent here by the esteemed professor Professor Udazar. I'm not sure if you know him or not. Does not matter. But we are here to research for him about like some weaponry or not weaponry, not really. Just anything about like the first
Monarch.
yeah, the first monarch, like that era.
Matthew, with his full, like, perfect stature in this moment, has not broken eye contact with you. It has a full, creepy-ass smile on his face the whole time, and goes, "Books on the first monarch. Is that what you're looking for?
Yes.
You want books on the first monarch. Now, are you looking for a historical biography that would be fictional or non-fictional?
Preferably non-fictional.
Now, if you want a non-fictional account, would you like the biography or the autobiography?
How about both, just in case?
All right. Now, the thing about the autobiography, if you understand, that is written by the first monarch himself, and the only copies of that are kept in the forbidden section, and I cannot let you in, and I'm sorry to let your hopes down, but I wanted you to know that it exists, and it's very important to history that we always remember. We saved some books. But that biographical part that we were talking about, that is available for free. You can find that if you go down the third hallway down that way. He points like down his left somewhere. And he's just like, third hallway, make a left. It's in the 200 section. And then as you approach, I believe, 215, you should find a biographical account of the first monarch of Tabot.
Okay. I was also told by my professor when I got here to show whoever was at the help desk this letter, and I pull the letter out and hand it to him, the envelope.
He takes the letter, which had been resealed by the guard, and he breaks it open, kind of like confused. He's like, no one ever just like hands this guy a letter, and he takes a letter out, and he goes, all right, let's see here. Dear Matthew, oh, his smile for the first time kind of falters a bit. He goes, and you are friends of this Professor Udazar?
We're previous students. I wouldn't say friends. We're just doing him a favor.
Oh, yes, I will let you into the forbidden section of the library immediately.
Oh my god.
And he
Great.
He takes the letter, and he actually, rather than put it back in with this one, he takes, you know there's other letters and papers in this envelope. He takes this one, and he puts it under his book on his desk, flattens it so no one sees it, and then hands you back the other letters that are in this packet.
Thank you. I put it back into my inner pocket.
Yep.
And, I guess we follow him.
Yep. And you, he stands up, kind of looks around, motions to another guy nearby to take over the front desk for him as he grabs a key out from under a very secure safe under the desk and goes, now, if you'll follow me this way, we will go directly to the wonderful forbidden section of the library. And if you tell anyone I let you in there, I will get fired, so please don't tell anyone. And he happily takes you down as you follow him. You eventually find your ways to a very dark section of the library. But there are a couple guards posted at the doorway that's an entrance into this area. And the guy nods and pulls out a key, opens it, and brings all of you inside. The guard's just nodding at him and shuts the door. You find yourselves in a large, dark area. Very hard to see. There are no windows into there. This is almost like the fortress of libraries. There's only one entrance, and all the walls of this room are stone and heavily reinforced. You can guess they don't want a fire breaking out in here, because that's a lot of stuff they don't want to fuck with. That being said, the only way to see around in this room, the man reaches behind you guys onto a wall in the dim light and pulls out a lantern, which he then lights, which allows you guys to finally see somewhat in this room. And he hands it to Elizabeth. Says, all right, I've done my part, so please tell Professor Udazar I did what you asked.
Will do.
And he very quickly steps out of the room, leaving you all alone in here.
Actually, Matthew,
Yes.
before you leave, I also wanted to ask about a separate book, potentially.
A separate book.
Are you aware of any sort of text containing information on a god called Yalmar?
A god called Yalma. I don't know off the top of my head. However, I can always look through the reference catalogs as best as I can while you're in here.
That would be greatly appreciated.
Sure thing. And he very quickly and awkwardly shuts the door, and you hear hurried footsteps.
Just what are in those letters?
Probably best we don't know. Let's just listen. If it's something that's made a guard go pale and run to his wife, and allowed us to enter an area that is forbidden, I don't think I want to know what's in those letters.
I mean, I guess, but also I feel kind of bad, to be quite honest.
I'm like, you know what? I have the perfect solution to this. I take the letter out of my pocket, I hand it to Nick, I said, here you are, and I walk away.
Yep, you are now holding the envelope with the letters in them.
I'm staring at this, kind of terrified, but I'm gonna open it.
Yep. You see
a letter.
There's other pieces of paper in there. But you're just pulling one out at random?
Yeah.
Sure. You pull one out at random, and you begin to read it. And it reads, "Dear Nikolai Jurgensen, you thought you were clever, didn't you? You thought I wouldn't see you looking into this, but I did. Oh, I did, Nikolai. Now be good, do your job, and stop worrying about what I write in these letters. P.S. There's a ham and cheese sandwich on its way if you're good."
He kind of huffs and just sticks it back in there. It's in his pocket. God damn it. Every goddamn time. Alright, where is this book we're looking for?
No. Elizabeth, you have the lantern. Are you looking for the book or anything else?
I will look for the book.
Sure. Roll me a discern realities in here. I hate you. Okay, I see a 9. That is the only thing I can see. You get to ask me one question.
And the rest of it just says like what the trigger and
I can highlight it, but like by itself without doing anything, all I see is the 9.
Yeah, I can read it fine, but I'm in dark mode.
What here is useful or valuable to me? Sure. You move around the room, slowly creeping, careful not to like get too close to the books with this lantern. It's not like open flame, it is covered, but you know, you just this paper all looks really dry in here, like it's been here a long time. You head yourself over into a section labeled Monarchy. And after hedging your bets in there, you very quickly find a section titled Autobiographies. And as you continue looking through, you find, as you might know, can you give me a spout lore roll to see if you know the name of the first monarch? This one I can't see.
It's a 5.
Okay. You don't necessarily know what the name of the first monarch is. However, there are tons of names and roles in general books that you could reference if you are willing. There are like tables and chairs in here that you guys could pour yourselves through books.
I walk over to see if I can
Sure, give me a spout lore. See if maybe you know the name of the first king.
Alright.
It's intelligence.
Yeah. Wow.
Copse, despite all the high praise the professor gave you,
Wait.
maybe you're not.
Can I use my books?
That will give you a +1, and you need to use it before you go and to
Oh,
roll it.
It was a 4, so it would
Yeah.
have been just
It
5.
still wouldn't have done it. Yeah, you also don't happen to know the first king's name off the top of your head. Not really something you worried about in necromancy, because what are the odds you would come across a corpse that old, you know?
That would be pretty cool, though.
It would be pretty cool, but unfortunately unrealistic, and you never bothered to really care about history, now did you? And look who that's come back to bite. Maybe history is more important than people thought. Just sorry. It seems very likely that in order to find this, you guys are going to have to spend time reading through some of these books to figure out exactly who you're looking for.
Could I give an attempt
Sure
to see if I
thing,
know?
Nikolai. Go for it.
My chances are so low. Damn, if I had a +1.
None of you knew the first king's name. Enjoy all your XP, but you are going to have to spend a few hours in this library attempting to read and track down which book is of interest to you in this moment.
That's fine. We have 5 years.
Yep, but you are...
Professor would kill me if he heard me say that.
And so you pour all your attention into the books on the table in front of you as time passes in the outside, and the only thing to mark that time passing is the candle going down in your lantern. I will be back. I'm going to use the bathroom. We'll take a quick break.
I will also be right back then.
I'm back. I got
I'm
some
hippy
ramen.
hoppy home.
Arkent is also back.
Wow. I wonder if our audience is back. Oh, audience! How are you doing? Get the party up!
water.
Whoop, whoop, whoop!
Now I have Wawa.
It's got the party started.
Let's go.
I am cooking ramen in the microwave.
Ah,
Sounds fun.
don't do that to her.
That's fine.
Sounds
She's
awful.
the
Let her out.
radiator.
Are we all here? Arkent's back.
Mhm.
Copse, you good?
Yeah, I'll just step away in a little bit to go grab my food, but I'm good.
All right. Wait, how long?
It's in the microwave for 3 minutes. It has to cool down, so I mean it's gonna just be like a minute.
Okay. We can move a minute.
I'm just gonna walk away and walk back, so I can still hear.
Can't have that. What if something important happens?
What's that?
Like
Can't-
a
I
corpse
can't
to be
allow that.
raised.
Yeah, like what if I finally give you another corpse?
We turned the corner. There's a skeleton. Someone got stuck in the forbidden section.
What's a potion?
Gotta fix my hat. It went over my head.
Maybe I'll make some toast while we're waiting.
I hope I haven't been blocking the rolls. Is everything good? I think everything's good. Ramen would have
so.
complained, I'm sure.
She would have raised hell.
Alright.
We don't get experience on like partial successes, right?
No,
Only fail.
just failures. Straight failures, because we learn through failing.
Okay. I'm 2 more experience, 2 more fails away.
You'll probably
fun.
get it.
I mean, we'll still have end of session questions and stuff, so
Mm-hmm. You get additional XP from that.
you'll probably get it.
Oh, I hear my food dinging.
Me too.
No, that's just me throwing toast
So
into
much.
the air fryer.
Air frying.
What? I just forgot that I could just make toast.
Are we having fun yet, lads?
I am
Session
having
1 is
fun,
the
lads.
investigation session.
Had we had Elemental, the very first encounter where Derek tried to kill someone could have gone very differently.
Are you trying to tell me that Elemento's a good boy?
I'm not saying that out loud. I learned.
It smells so bad.
Oh yeah, is that true?
It's my ramen. It's spicy miso,
Ooh.
which I don't care that much for, but it's all they had, so I had to. But besides that, though, I'm good since it has to cool down.
Alright. Give me 1 second and then we should start. Elizabeth, you're good?
Do, 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 do.
Alright. For one thing and then I will be good. Okay. Okay. Alright. So you guys are stuck, having the time of your life pouring through books, perhaps, hating every second of it. But unfortunately, due to the fact that this has been a necessary evil for you, you seem to commit yourselves to the task. You found the section that sounded the most important. However, you need to read about a quarter of the way through each of these books to figure out which one is finally the king. Because very likely, let's be real, the first quarter is probably going to be before he even founds the kingdom. You eventually are all sitting there as Elizabeth, you find a book entitled Ice and Storms, the autobiography of Roland Toto. And as you read this, you begin to find a story about a young monarch. Eventually, it's finally, as I said, the beginnings are just ramblings on meeting people, deciding, hey, this would be a cool place to make a city, some stuff going on, some crazy wars starting, civil wars going on, everyone's going crazy, ousting a different throne, hoisting people dying left and right, pirates, what? And then suddenly, you hit about that quarter way, and then it's the crowning of King Brolin Toto, the first of his line, the monarch of the Tabola Empire. And you finally... it is written Brolin space Todho. Like that. And you finally get to sections where he begins discussing the type of weapons he had at that point. And you're really invested in this at this point. He is discussing the types of weapons he had, the type of friends he gave them to, who he let use them, where they're ending up. And as you're getting through this, can Nikolai, the only living person in the room, give me a discern realities?
You got it. Let's see. XP.
Holy shit. Okay. Yeah. You, Nikolai, you grab the next, set of books on the first court jester of King Brolin. But you have yet to really make the connection that's necessary here. A little bit more time goes on. Copse, can you give me a discern realities while I explain to Elizabeth how it's crazy how he started talking about how the weapons were doing great. Holy shit. Elizabeth, you are heavily invested in this story. Copse, you found a book, not quite what you expected, on the first court wizard of the Tabola Empire, and he actually has a whole section on necromancy, which is crazy. When was the last time you saw someone openly writing about these things without being persecuted? It's been a while. And as you are sitting there reading, everything's fine. You're just enraptured. Elizabeth, isn't it so insane how, he starts talking about he had a shield that could actually, become the embodiment of fire and block, elemental attacks. And the reading is so real that your hands, feel hot just reading this book. Really hot. Can you defy danger as you realize this whole section of the library is on fire hot?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
You guys have had so many opportunities to discern reality on anything going on.
Man, we were just looking for a book.
That's not good. Can you take a d4 of damage? Your armor will not assist in this case. This is fire damage. Oh, you don't take fire damage, do you? Oh, fuck me. It is non-magical, the part that's hitting you at least. Outplayed. You take no damage whatsoever. the 6 is really just like, you're so enraptured by the story, you're like, wow, I can really feel the fire the king's describing. What an author. He rambled in that first quarter, but wow, this book is kind of burning a little bit. And you realize the book is on fire, the whole section of the library around you is on fire, and somehow none of you have realized it this whole time.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, gods. Everyone, there's a fire.
Oh Lord Jesus, it is fire.
There's
Yeah.
what?
You-
Oh.
There's a fire, and as those words hit your ears, you finally notice how hot it's gotten in here. Like, you might have even taken off like a layer at some point because it felt warm, but like, you are now realizing that this whole section of the room is currently on fire. Elizabeth, you are not taking damage. However, the other two of you will start taking damage soon if you do not figure out what to do. You guys are on, if this is a large square room, let me think the best way to describe this. You're in a large square room in which the opposite end, and so I guess it would be like the northwest corner. If you consider the entrance of the room the south, you're in the northwest corner of the room. That's the way to describe it. And there are bookshelves on bookshelves, and you don't know exactly where this fire started, but you know the section you're in is burning. What's your game plan?
Can we decide or tell where this has started? If it's from the entrance that we came through?
I said no, but you can discern realities.
I can attempt again.
Yeah, you can try. Now that you're aware that you might burn to death. Seems like a healthy time to start taking into account your surroundings.
Woo!
Ask me your
Finally.
questions.
Alright, I guess to answer that question, maybe, can I say what happened here recently to figure out
Sure.
where this started?
You notice as you look back towards the entrance, there is a group of shadowy figures running around. That clearly looked like they were up to no good. They're skulking, if skulking had like a personification. And you see they're not quite sprinting out of the room. It looks like they're still trying. There are some parts of the room that almost look like they haven't been touched yet, but they are skulking out of those areas.
You said these were shadowy figures?
They're people. They're just, the room's really dark, remember?
Oh,
So
okay,
like
gotcha,
the only
gotcha.
light right now is the fire around you guys and the lantern you had. So like it's just really hard to see in here.
While Nikolai is discerning realities, can I try to extinguish the flames by bending it to my will?
It's a good amount of fire. What's your skill? What skill are you looking for? Zuko style? Oh, you already rolled it. Let me read it. Bend a flame to your will. The effect is short-lived, lasting only for a moment. Is that what it says there? Yeah, it is. Yeah. You have a moment, while Nikolai is trying to look around, you bend all the fire to yourself, in the section around you. And you have a moment where it's all in a ball above your head, but you are fully aware you are going to lose control of this quickly. Because you may be some form of firebending, but like this is a lot of fire to have to hold on to at once. So you're gonna need to find a place to put this or move it or something, but it needs to happen soon. Nikolai, what's your next question?
Let's back up. What here is useful or valuable to me?
You definitely think the books that you have currently are what you came for, in one way or the other. especially the one Elizabeth is holding on to. That is, you need to get that book out of here in one piece.
Right. What should I be on the lookout for?
Good point. Now that you've kind of been illuminated by the light, the shadow, and the fire has gone up to the top, those shadowy figures are, like, looking back over at you guys. And are kind of finally taking into account that you're there. And there's 3 of them. There's only 3. They look like 3 very darkly clothed people on the other side. It's hard to tell. But they definitely are taking note of you.
And does it appear that they're the ones who started this?
Oh, yeah.
Or they're just in... Okay. I'll let Elizabeth say what she needs to say.
Guys, I can't control this fire for long. I need somewhere to throw it. Where should I throw it?
Are they the closest to the exit for this place?
They are over towards there. So, yeah, they are... 2 of them just came out of, like, the southeast and southwest section, and there was one already in the middle, starting to move towards the exit when they all stopped to look at you guys. However, the exit was shut by Matthew, so the door is shut right now. So if you were to throw that fireball, it likely would not. It would just hit that and dissipate around that area.
Is there plenty of space behind us? Like further down in this restricted area?
You know what? You rolled a good discerning. I won't make you roll it again. There's probably not a place to get the fire that it won't hit something. That being said, if you throw it to the middle of the room, that's the most open section. And it's very likely whatever fire spills out from that and doesn't, catch on to something will just go. Essentially, you may not get rid of all the fire, but you may still limit this damage yet.
I will leave what Elizabeth does with the fire up to her. While I can still see these shadowy figures, can I attempt to hex one of them?
Sure. Hex being...
Hex is when with a flick of my fingers, a grim shadow lingers over a creature of my choice. That creature becomes weak and tired and deals negative 1d4 damage. I'm mostly using this because I want to be able to, if they get out of here, I want to be able to tell who did this.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm just writing it down. Take +1 against the creature and take -1 to cast a spell. Okay. Yep, it's an ongoing thing. Just make sure you remember if you cast another spell to take a -1.
Right.
It's 3 guys. Do you care which one it hits?
Does not matter.
The
Just
guy
as
in the
long as
middle,
I can get someone.
who was kind of looking back at you guys, you see just starts to sag a little bit. Okay.
Elizabeth, what are you doing with this fire?
Fire.
Fire. You need to toss it.
Can I try to use the fire to conjure a weapon of pure flame?
You already know you're not going to be able to use all of it to do that, because you know you're losing control of this because you failed your last, or you got a semi-success, right? So you've bought yourself time. You could attempt to use Firebrand to conjure a weapon, but you're not going to be able to use all of it to do so.
All right. I will direct the flames towards the
Nom nom.
center then.
Alright. And are you going to try to conjure a weapon while you throw it? Or just...
I will just redirect it
Fair enough.
for now.
Yep.
Nom nom nom.
You just send the ball of fire hurling towards the center, which, fortunately for you, is around where those guys are chilling. Why don't you go ahead and roll your damage die real fast to see how much all three of them take as they are hit by this fireball that will...
She gets a +1 on the one that's hexed currently.
True. Well, is that to hit or plus damage?
I believe it's to hit. Let me double
It's
check.
to hit. Yeah, it's
I
not
rolled
plus
it.
damage.
Oh, you're just rolling damage. Okay, never
Yeah,
mind.
it's just damage.
Sorry.
Oh, so you got a full 8 out of 8. It's so hard to tell with this fucking... Why can't you just roll normally? Okay. Mark it. You see all three of these men get fucking slammed by the fireball at once. And although it doesn't dissipate, actually a lot of the fire that was left to it slams into these guys and just clings to their bodies. And they are screaming bloody murder. As some of the fire does lick out towards the section, there's probably on the southeast side and the southwest side, a couple books have caught fire on both sides. But it's not out of hand yet.
Oops. Were those guys there before?
Nom nom nom.
The rest of you witnessed this.
Ooh, bodies.
Eventually not
Hope
going
you
to be
can
in
make-
great shape if they're burned.
I was gonna say, hope you have great control over crispy ones.
I mean, I can raise zombies or skeletons if I wanted to, but I
Okay.
don't have any more body slots right now. Anyways.
Alright,
Mm.
continue.
Guys, what do we do? There's
Hmm.
fire everywhere.
No, there's just a little bit of fire now on. It's mostly on them. Couple books.
Well,
But
I
it will
say,
spread again.
I say we take advantage of this situation. Now, have either of you found any useful books? Because I found an interesting one, but not the one we're looking for.
Our books right now are concerned. We're here for one of them.
I have. I found the autobiography
Nom, nom,
about
nom.
the first monarch, Brolin Todho.
All
And
right,
as-
then. Oh,
No. As Elizabeth enunciates the perfect name so eloquently out loud, just slowly enough, can Elizabeth defy danger as a crossbow bolt is ripping across this room with fire on it at her? Defy danger. What are you defying with? Dexterity by default? Okay. It's a 4. Can you take a d6 of damage as the crossbow bolt slams into your, like, upper shoulder? Kind of cracking some of your bones, but of course remember to subtract armor from that. You do take fire. Yep. Take 1 fuel. And the other 2 men have, you see the one that did that was on the left. The center one that was sagging has pulled a scimitar and is coming across the room towards you guys. And the one to the left of him has pulled a long sword and a shield and is clumsily attempting to wield them and head towards you guys as well.
Ugh! Those guys shot me.
Nom nom nom.
Oops, Nikolai.
I'm taking out my long sword myself.
You've got an archer at the back and 2 swordsmen approaching you.
Which one has the hex?
The one with the scimitar. He's in the center, heading right at you.
I'll pull out my totem of skulls.
What? What are we doing?
I pulled out my staff.
Oh, okay. You have your stuff out. Nikolai, what are you doing?
Which you said one's charging
Yes,
straight
the,
towards
the
us.
center one. There, 2 are charging you. The center one that you're worried about having been hexed is in the center. He has a scimitar and is running at you.
I am going to charge at him as well, and I am going to attack him with my sword.
Okay.
Let's see, what is my
Hack and
strength?
slash.
Yep.
You come in very heavy-handed. Having just your body's still trying to, get
Ooh,
used
actually,
to
wait. Fuck.
Okay.
Was that the hexed one that I'm fighting
that
right now?
was the hexed one that you
It's a
came at.
+1. I
It
forgot.
is a +1, so you do.
So it's a 7.
So it's a 7. Yeah. As you are going at him with your sword, he is trying to sneakily get under you, but his body is sluggish. He is going to stab upwards to deal damage to you, but you also will be dealing damage to him. But he takes a -D4 on his.
Nice. I am gonna still try to swing at him.
Yep. Deal your
Take whatever
damage. Okay. And then take a D6 minus a D4 worth of damage. Take 3
Cool.
damage. Minus your armor. So,
Ooh.
1 damage? 2
2 damage.
Okay. Not bad. Copse, what are you doing? There's the longsword with a shield still trying to approach the party. And then, the crossbowman in the back. Nikolai has just engaged the scimitar wielder.
Let me think. I was trying to think if I had any like spells I could use here.
Unfortunate place to not have your undead.
Yeah, right.
As it goes.
Yep.
Can I have anything?
Anything?
I don't think I have any spells besides the
Invisibility.
invisibility that I took and then create undead.
I'm pretty sure while invisibility is ongoing, you also take a -1 to other spell rolls.
No, I can't use other spells. I'd have to undo the invisibility.
That would be an interesting time outside town.
It would divert. I'll just I guess attempt to hit one of them with my staff. Good old
Yeah,
fashioned
bonk
way.
him.
Yeah. Which one are you going for? The one that Nikolai has engaged or the longsword?
I see it. I guess I'll assist Nikolai.
Sure. Roll to hit. Yeah, you quickly approach, and he is so sluggish in trying to respond. You also get a +1 plus. What's your strength?
It's -1.
-1. So -1
just an
plus
8.
1, so it just evens out. Okay. Uh, so yeah, he quickly notices you coming. He you're given this moment that you realize he is swinging upwards with the scimitar after parrying one of Nikolai's attacks and is trying to come at you. You can take damage and give damage to this guy here, or you can attempt to scurry back and get ready for your next attack.
I'll do give and take. I
Okay.
ain't no coward.
Okay, roll your damage.
Okay, so it should be what, 1d4.
Yep. Also take a d6 minus a d4.
6 minus d4.
You can roll a d4 and we can just subtract it.
Yeah, you can just do slash roll 1d6 minus 1d4 as well. Oh my god, you do
No
not heal,
damage.
unfortunately, but I don't think that would help you either way. Yeah, you take no damage. As you bring your staff in and manage to parry his blow, can you describe how you kill this man with the staff?
I take the sharp, so the staff, it's one of those ones where it gets sharper at the bottom.
Okay.
I just use that and just pierce him right through the chest.
Oof. Yeah, and he
Nice.
very quickly, as his hands grasp at the pole, he cannot pull it out, and you watch the strength leave his body as he sags to the floor and then
I
stops
smile to
moving.
myself.
Sure.
If
He's
only
dead.
I had a slot.
Which leaves 2 more. You've got awkward one-handed longsword boy with a shield, and across the room a guy with a crossbow. Elizabeth, you've recovered from your crossbow to your shoulder. There's also, to bear in mind, books on fire in the southeast and southwest corner. That really got him excited. Holy shit.
I will try to control the flames again.
Num num num.
Go for it. An 8. I'll say you pull the fire off of those books to you, and it's a much more like controllable blaze than the last one. You're only gonna have it for a short time, but you can very easily just drop this in the center of the room and just it'll go out on its own in a bit, or you could try and hurl it at somebody, but there's the risk you could hit books doing that, so just keep that in mind. What do you want to do with this fire?
I will throw it to the center so that it will not
Num, num,
become a danger.
Okay. Yep. And as you toss the fire to the center, it dissipates after a few moments, having no more wood or paper to feed its flames. And you have put out the fires in the library for the moment. Let's see, can Copse, can you defy danger as a crossbow bolt snaps at you?
That plus dexterity?
Yep.
Alright.
Or if there's a different way you want to try to defy danger, I would accept it, but usually it's plus dex.
Just an 8.
8? Do you have 0 on your dex?
Yeah.
So nice. You, after having pulled the staff out of that man's chest on the ground, the crossbow bolt, you hear it snap with your very sensitive little ears. And spinning towards you, the crossbow bolt is headed. Let me look through some stuff real fast. You still guarded close to you. You have the chance to block this crossbow bolt if you give up the book on the court or the first wizard, or you can take the crossbow bolt's damage.
I was gonna say I was gonna use the body I had just impaled to block the shot.
I mean, it's on the floor and the shot's already been fired. I don't think
Okay.
you're going to be able to get it up that fast. In this moment, the deal is use the book that you already have close to your chest and turn slightly, or take the hit and let that book put an arrow through it, potentially rendering parts of it unreadable.
Knowledge is power, so I'll take the hit.
Thank God someone supports history. He takes the hit. Roll a d6. Holy shit, ow.
That's 4.
Yep, -1. Yeah, that it another shot, it thuds into your left arm. It fucking hurts, dude, but like, thank God you just saved history. You guys you guys just saved a whole section of the library, and you saved an individual book too. So like, you're heroes today. Nikolai, the longsword carrying awkward boy, is trying very heavily to swing it down at you as best as can. Can you defy danger? How are you defying it? Are you dodging?
Yeah, I'm just gonna try to sidestep it if I can.
Yep.
Nope.
Nope.
Bring it on.
Despite the awkward carrying, the longsword comes down very clumsily. Can you take a d4 plus 1 damage?
1d4.
Ouch.
All right.
Minus armor, of course, at 3.
Yep.
And he after it hits you, you know, it kind of cuts a bit into your shoulder. And he very quickly loses control, and it kind of slumps and hits the floor. Not slumps, but, you know, it kind of just shrugs off, hits the floor, and he very awkwardly tries to pick it up with one hand. In case you didn't know, longswords are meant to be used with 2 hands, and this guy's an idiot.
Does this guy seemed a little panicked about all this?
Oh, for sure.
Can I attempt to cast message on him?
Maybe...
If it's not my turn,
you know
it's
what?
fine.
You can go. Go ahead.
It's just to put a thought
You were
in his
just
head.
dodging. Go ahead. Does the message require you to touch them?
Oh, true. Wait, let me see. Yes, I mean, he's right there. He just hit me, so could I grab his shoulder?
Sure. You
Okay.
grab his shoulder, roll message.
I'll forget it. Or have
Okay.
it revoked.
Sure. What's the message?
I'm going to try to convince him he's thinking this and be like, I don't want to be doing this. I need to get out of here.
Fair enough.
If nothing, I wanted to try to at least make him hesitate.
Yeah, I mean, it
To open a
works.
friend.
Like, he is unsure of what to do. You watch, like, complicated emotions cross this man's face. Like, he goes from, like, he was already nervous to just, like, heavy anxiety in his eyes as he stares at you. And he's trying to get the sword up, but he's also trying to, like, move his feet towards the door, and he's just, like, all sorts of jumbled up.
Mm-hmm.
Copse, what do you want to do?
I want to attempt to stab him while he's freaking
Sure.
out.
Go ahead and take advantage on the roll. So roll twice. Roll hack and
So roll.
slash twice. So -1, but just roll it twice to take the better of the two. So 6, 7. Thank God you rolled it twice, huh?
Yeah.
Roll your damage.
1d4. 2.
Yeah. You swing your staff, and it catches him in the shield. and he looks stunned, and this only serves to make him more panicked as he realizes there's two of you on him right now. And
Was
we
he
look.
attempting to flee in front of me?
Does he have what?
Was he attempting to flee in front of me?
He was considering it, and his feet were moving towards the door, and he might be trying to flee in a moment. Elizabeth, what are you doing? Crossbow bolts are across the room. Piss Pants Boy over here in front of these two. EPP indeed.
I'd like to run towards the crossbow person and conjure a weapon of pure flame while I do so.
Sure. Yeah, you begin your sprint. Conjure your weapon. 9. Let me look. I'm not reading off of that because that hurts my eyes. Conjure. When you conjure Russian, choose 2 of the tags. What tags did you choose?
I will remove the dangerous tag.
Num num num.
On a 9, you choose 1. Let's choose. Can you remove? Oh, I see. So it is. Okay. What type of weapon are you trying to conjure? Just a short sword, or?
Since it is a fiery hand weapon, it will just be knuckles of flames.
Oh shit.
Sure.
Like brass
Yeah.
knuckles.
You watch the fire quickly
Indeed.
move, and if your hands had flesh, it might be worrisome. But as they're just skeletal knuckles, you watch as the fire envelopes around them, and you now have fire wreathing around your fingers. And you continue your sprint. Can you defy danger? It's a heck of a sprint across the room, but if you're moving fast, you're only gonna have to worry about one shot potentially really snapping at you. Defy danger against the crossbow bolt.
An 8.
Your roll your damage. You're gonna hit as you are running quickly, and you're not gonna realize the crossbow bolt. You dodge as it moves past your face, and you can roll your damage now.
Am I rolling to hit?
Nope, just damage.
Num num num.
I cannot see that damage.
1.
It says
Oh.
what?
God, I had to go all the way to the right to find it. Oof. Yes, you go to hit, and the guy blocks it with his crossbow as it fires upwards and it whistles past your face, or at least you thought it did. As you are struggling against this guy and trying to punch the crossbow, you watch a piece of your brown rags that cover your face floats down in front of you, and you realize a part of one of your eye holes got shredded a bit as the bolt tore past. Oh, yeah. We might need to replace
As
the
one
piece.
of my eyes reveals itself, can I
No, no.
gaze intensely into their eyes?
Yes. Give me fuel, give me fire. Oh my god, I forgot that's a move.
Incredible.
Alright, write it out. Type it out. You have to say it.
What fuels the flames of your desire?
Num num num.
Give me 1 second to check something about this guy. Okay. He staring back into your eyes. His eyes are full of fright. And his mouth moves faster than he can realize as your move takes shape. And he says, "The burning of heretics."
Hum!
Num num num.
He is then gonna knock your fist back slightly, and we're gonna go back to the other two. This guy with the longsword, he totally just throws the longsword down and is now sprinting towards the door to exit with just a shield.
I'm gonna cast Hex on him.
Sure.
Oop, that's not the right button.
Is he too far away, or can I also attempt to trip him?
Oh, you can absolutely attempt to trip him too.
What is it? What do I need to roll for the?
You'll roll a hack and slash, but it'll be you're looking to trip and damage, or just trip and grapple him, really.
We'll say trip and grapple.
Okay. Yeah, your hex lands. As he turns, you snap your fingers. The teamwork is the dream work.
Yeah.
He sags under the weight of the shield, and the shield falls out of his hand as he stumbles. And as he stumbles straight into Copse's foot that trips him, Copse, you pin him to the ground with a hand behind his back. And you have him subdued. And meanwhile, across the room, Elizabeth, you are face to face with this man again. And he is casting aside the crossbow to pull a dagger out of his belt.
I freaking punch him!
Yeah.
Num num num.
Roll the hit. Hack and slash for me. You do not punch him.
Oops!
You're gonna take a d4 of damage as you find a knife piercing into your ribs. And when I say that, obviously I mean it does not meet flesh, it just meets bone. 2 damage, not bad. Of course, subtract armor.
I will have to spend fuel to reduce the damage.
Go ahead. That is fair. Spend fuel. Yep. It's minus a d4, right? Yep, you take no damage.
Nice.
As the knife goes into your rib cage, the fire that would normally people would describe the feeling of a fire in your belly, you literally have a fire in your belly that shoots the dagger back out. And he staggers backwards away from you, giving you a moment to start your next move. I assume the other two of you are content to watch, or are you doing anything?
I punch him again!
Well, real fast ask,
No,
Copse,
no.
Nikolai, are you keeping this guy subdued, or what's the plan?
I assume Nikolai's
I'll
goal
attempt
right
to
now
hold
is
him
keeping this
for-
guy here so we can question him later.
Okay. And Copse?
Yeah, I'll keep his hand behind his back, and just so every once in a while push it up a little bit.
You guys are putting a lot of faith in Elizabeth.
I am
Alright.
keeping an eye on her in case it goes south, but
Um,
I assume she has her.
Yeah, Elizabeth, rolled a punch. Give me a hack and slash with your fiery fists of doom.
Yeah.
Nice hit. Roll your damage. I think it's plus for fire.
8.
Oh my god.
Damn.
What's
Rolled a D8 and
the...
got an 8.
Yeah. What the fuck? You don't have the advanced move, so you just remove the dangerous tag. That's only the difference. Okay. You could just expend fire to get more damage and stuff. I see. Okay, yeah, you deal 8 damage, and you're gonna kill this man with a punch. Can you describe how you execute him? And meanwhile, Elizabeth punches him in the face, leaving behind a steaming, disfigured face, indeed. And as your knuckles pull back from his face, you watch him drop to the floor, a lifeless husk. The burner of heretics having been burned. And silence sounds the hall, except for this man struggling with all of his life to try and escape right now. But I'll say, with the two of you, you've got him pretty underhand. Elizabeth, you turn back to the group now, as you all have this one man who is terrified and just slamming the floor.
I'd like to take a moment to gaze into his eyes
Nom, nom,
as
nom.
well.
Oh, fuck. Yeah. I'll just say as
What
well.
fuels the flames of your desire?
Jesus
Nom,
fuck. As you approach, it definitely catches at least Nikolai's eye. It might not catch Copse's right away. But the rags are torn by Elizabeth's eye, and you definitely see no eyeball behind those rags. And yet Elizabeth walks over and stares straight into the eyes of this man. And asks that. And the man looks up at you with a terrified expression, and he's just like, he looks so confused trying to find an answer, as if he doesn't even understand what he was doing here in the first place. And finally his mind's eye, finishes wandering around, and he just goes, I think what fuels my desire is my urge to make the world a better place.
Nikolai gives him a very stern look.
He looks ashamed of himself.
And how exactly do you plan on doing that?
Elizabeth looks to the others. We were just trying to burn the books of the heretics.
Who do you serve?
He stops saying anything. And he looks up at you and he just goes like, no one.
Would I recognize these people from my backstory
Nom, nom, nom.
events?
Spout lore.
You want a book? Nope, you don't need a book. Never mind. You got an 11.
Damn.
You know what? Sure, why not? Yeah, you actually recognize this guy, Elizabeth. He was one of the ones that tied you to the log.
For what now?
Not something we know.
I pull him up and throw him against the wall, clenching his neck, threatening to burn the knuckles brighter. Where is my husband?
Nom, nom.
What did you do with him?
Copse, you find yourself flipped off of this body as this surge of strength occurs to pull this guy out. And this man is against the wall. And Elizabeth, you even remember back then, he was the same sort of hesitant. He was the only one that even tried to utter like a "I'm so sorry" to you as he like finished tying the knots. And he is fucking terrified of this moment. He just goes, I don't know who you are. I don't know anything.
Peter, do you know of a man named Peter?
Num num num.
He kind of stops and looks at you, and he all he's seeing right now is the bright flaming fucking fist hanging inches from his face. He's just like, Peter, I don't know any Peters. I don't know any Peters. I don't know any Peters.
I drop him to the floor and look to the
Num
others.
num.
He's all yours.
He's gonna attempt to scramble back towards the door to exit now.
I'm going to try to like hit him as hard as I can to like knock him out as he
Sure.
passes by.
Non-lethal damage to knock him out.
Yes,
Sure. Roll hack and slash.
with advantage, right? Because of my hex.
Not with advantage, it's +1.
Well, yeah, yeah.
Your hex is still ongoing.
Damn.
You don't knock him out, but you get him back under control. The hit to the side of his head kind of sends him sprawling, which is enough time to pretty easily bring him back under control, leaving all of you with another room with a squirming man.
I'm going to search the bodies.
Sure. You find 3 gold in one of their pockets, 5 gold in another's pocket. Are you searching this guy who's squirming?
Yes.
Who's holding him down?
I am.
Okay. Yeah, and you find 2 gold in this guy's pocket.
Fuck, that's like
Uh,
an amount.
I think that's 10, right?
I think like 9 or 10.
Oh, did I say 4 or 5? I don't remember.
You
Whatever.
said 2.
Arkent can do the math. Other things you find, the weapons that were previously mentioned. They're just standard. They're kind of crappy. They definitely have seen wear, and they're definitely not top of the line. So just keep that in mind if you were going to. Yes, Elizabeth, you fix your rags. The only other thing is a singular emblem on one of them. It's like a little, it's almost like a little badge, and it just has like a little plus sign, and then the plus sign almost looks like it's surrounded by some water, like a little lake almost, or a puddle. It's hard to judge, but it is a little bronze badge with a plus and a little lake around it.
I put it in my pocket.
Yep, it is all yours.
Do you two keep holding him down? I'm gonna go see if I can't get somebody in here to clean this mess
Give
up.
us a moment.
Please. No, you can't let anyone know I'm here, please.
You're gonna start talking if you want to leave this place.
Oh, please.
You were talking about
You're
heretics?
lucky I let you live.
Num num num.
Yeah, it seems my friend here doesn't seem to like you all that much.
No, I don't.
You want to leave here alive?
Look, I'm just
On
trying
your
to do
best
my
chance.
best.
Explain yourself.
Piss on your best.
I was just following orders.
From who?
Can you roll with charisma?
Yep.
See if you can really ease it out of him. Elizabeth, roll to aid. So you roll 2d6 plus the bonds you have. So it should be +2 because you each have a bond with each other.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, take a +1
Nice.
to your roll as well, Nikolai.
Cool. That is a +3 for us. I needed it apparently.
The guy looks anxious, confused, scared, and like this is all just too much, and he's just tired. And he just kind of goes, I can't tell you anything.
Why not? Are you under some sort of oath? Can you physically not tell us?
He doesn't move, but he stares straight
You
at
cut
you.
out.
He doesn't move, but he stares straight at you when you say that.
Mm.
Seems like you hit a nerve.
Copse, did you leave the room to get somebody?
Yeah, I'll leave the room.
Yeah, you go to the door and you remember there's a couple guards that are just standing. They're different ones than you saw when you came in. Clearly, some changing of the guard occurred earlier, but there are 2 guards directly at the door when you step out.
Wait a damn minute.
I'm going to have them fetch the elf, whose name I cannot remember. Matthew. Excuse me, gentlemen. Can you all fetch Matthew for me?
They
One of
kind
you?
of look at each other, look at you, and they just go, I don't think we take orders from you. You
Yeah,
can go
it-
get Matthew?
I mean, it wasn't really an order, gentlemen. I was just asking if one of you could, as
No.
I'm quite tired.
Rules are rules, sir. It's 2 guards on these doors at all times, so no one gets in.
Okay. Just thought I'd ask. You never knew. You know, it never hurts to ask.
They shrug.
I'll go to the desk.
Yeah. You make your way down the hallway and, make your turns, and you find yourself back at the help desk, and you find Matthew back to reading a book and profusely taking notes.
I ding the bell.
Oh, well, yes, how may I help you?
Yes. So I have a few questions. You
Yes.
said that area was restricted, correct?
Absolutely.
So why did I find 3 hooded figures in there that attempted to burn the library down and attack us?
Well, I mean, I know one of you was wearing a hood, but do you also all carry hoods?
No. Sadly, these were 3 people not a part of my party
Oh.
that were, I'm guessing already in there or somehow got past the guards out.
Is there a fire right now?
We put it out, so nothing was lost.
Nothing
But we
was
do-
damaged. Okay.
Two of them are dead. One is currently being held hostage by my not hostage, but is under control by my 2 compatriots.
Matthew, he goes, it's okay. We here at the library have protocols. And he looks over at the brass bell and he starts singing. He goes, ding, da, ding, 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 ding. And you see like 6 armed guards come busting out of a side room and go sprinting towards the high or the forbidden section. And Matthew is hustling after them, although he takes a pause after he gets past the desk, goes back, picks up a little brown bag, and then begins sprinting again.
I guess I'll sprint after them.
Yep.
Before they get here,
Yep.
while he's off and talking to him, I want to ask them, how did you get past the guards at the front door here?
We used a spell. A guy made us a portal and we came through and we found ourselves here.
And then just like that, the John Cena theme plays. Bum, ba, da, ba.
I love
I
the
look
spell
Elizabeth.
Shadow Walk.
You got a few seconds before somebody gets back here. What do you want to do with him?
I will sacrifice my lust for revenge.
Num num
He
num.
genuinely didn't seem to want to hurt anyone. There's someone bigger than him doing all this.
The guy's nodding in agreement. Yeah. Yes.
Nikolai is very much at war with himself right now.
You got another moment. They're gonna come in any second.
Fine. I let go of him. But, you know, try to keep him there until
Yeah.
help comes.
Yeah, very shortly after that, the doors bust open, and now the two guards that were at the door are now hustling in at the back of the group, with Copse and Matthew following suit. Into the room, all the guards have, like, long halberds drawn, wearing, you know, similar to what you saw at the Royal Palace, gold armor, and they are all looking like they're ready to fuck some shit up. And then they see you guys restraining the guy, and they're just, all of them point their halberds at you and Elizabeth and this guy on the floor.
I'm going to yell from the back. The blonde and the rags are with me.
They move all their halberds at this one guy. Matthew approaches from the back, and he very quietly approaches Nikolai on top, and he's like, here, and he hands the small brown bag to Nikolai.
I take it.
Yep.
I peek inside.
It's a ham and cheese sandwich.
He rolls his eyes, but he stashes it away. Save that.
Mark
for
one
later.
additional ration.
Nice.
The Matthew then turns to the rest of the group and he says, all right, now from the top, you said these guys broke in here, set fire to the library. You guys stopped the fire in the library. And then after that, you killed, oh, well, those are corpses. I guess that's true. And what proof do we have that these guys did the fire job?
Who was let in here in the first place?
Fair enough. You guys weren't even supposed to be here. I might lose my job.
If I wanted to burn things, I could do so if I wanted to.
I think
Which
a
we
lot.
don't.
All right.
I'm just gonna like push
Oh.
through.
Could you please extinguish those? It's very dangerous in an open library. Yep. What was Copse doing? You're pushing through?
I'm gonna put, because I wasn't behind the guard. I'm gonna
Yep.
try and like squeeze through and be like, I don't know if this will be any help, but I found this on their person. Then I'll pull out the little emblem.
He studies it quizzically, and then his eyes go very wide. And he takes it, and he immediately hands it off to one of the guards, who nod and go hustling off. All right. It seems like everything you guys wanted to do here, you did. And I think we could all just agree that we should just sweep this under the rug and everyone should go and leave this area right now. Yeah? Not this guy. He's under arrest. But you guys, we should all just leave. Yeah?
Works for me. We got what we came for.
I motioned
I'm
Elizabeth to hide the
okay
book.
with that.
What do you motion
Num
to?
num.
To hide the book about the first monarch.
Oh, actually, well, if you guys are good to go, we're going to let the guards handle this. Can you all follow me back to the help desk?
Of course.
And he leads you back down the hallways to the help desk. And he kind of stands there for a moment. And you see, like, now that you're looking at everything, you see there's also, like, a visitor's log page on the help desk. And he looks at that. And he looks at you guys. He's like, you didn't sign that, right?
No.
Better safe than sorry. He rips out the page on today and then just tosses it, and it's a fresh page. Okay, so we're going to pretend none of this happened. I'm not even gonna ask what you guys came in here to study. I don't care anymore. I just don't want this to affect my job. So if I never see you guys again, it'll be a happy day. That being said, he points to Nikolai, you asked for something. He kind of moves a few books and he hands a book. He puts a book on top of the shelf for you.
Mm-hmm.
And you see it's called Gods and You 4th edition.
I take it.
That should have something in there. It's, at least in some mention of a review, it mentioned whatever you were talking about. So, yep. With that, if you guys could just let that creepy professor of yours know that I did not. I did everything you asked. That would be great.
We'll send her a letter as soon as we can.
Thanks.
None of this ever happened. Then I kind of give like a little salute and start walking out.
He nods. And immediately goes back to trying to shuffle papers. Now, just to clarify on what books we are taking out.
Mm-hmm.
Copse has the book by the first court wizard, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Elizabeth has the biography of the first king. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Ice and Storm, an autobiography of Berlin to... Yep, that's a great description. And Nikolai, did you take the book you had found on the court jester, or did you just leave that?
I didn't assume that had anything to do with
Then
me.
you probably left it, and that's okay.
Okay.
I'm just trying to verify what everyone has and doesn't have.
Mhm.
Okay, you got the book you came for. Elizabeth, you probably need to do a little bit more reading with that before you can make any solid answers on where you need to go next. But we'll take a quick break. When we come back, I'm going to let you know what Elizabeth finds with reading after a little bit outside. And then we'll go over what you guys want to do with that knowledge, and then we'll end the session. Okay?
What was the book that I was given?
You were given a book called Gods and You 4th edition. And if you take if you take some time to read it, you may find some knowledge, or at least be able to consult it in case you decide to spout lore based on gods,
Mm-hmm.
which could come in handy. Ice and Storm's also a similar thing. If you spout lore on the first monarch's life, you can also consider using that to add a +1. And obviously it's not a consumable. It won't just disappear the moment you do that, like the bag of books.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we'll go over that in a moment. I need to go do something, and then for the moment. You guys can also take the moment to do whatever you need. And Ramen should make sure she pees so she doesn't pee herself, because she's pee-pee pants ramen, and we all know. Thank you.
I am here.
Give me a second. All right. All right. We approached the end of our session. Oh, it's not back yet. Okay. I've been informed.
Oh, it's pretty good information you got there.
Oh, it handed me a jar of blackberry preserves.
I can't get it open.
I can't get it open. I'm trying.
Yeah, hand it down the line.
Arkent, try and open this. I don't think this is happening though. Arkent tried to. Arkent got
Get a paper
7.
towel or a rag or something.
That's what I did.
Oh my god.
It didn't work. Sucks.
Put the sponge down.
We'll just want jam.
Arkent rolled a 7 to try and open the jar.
I gotta chalk up my hands here. Going for the
Did you
world's.
You can pour hot water over it to try and loosen a seal.
Did you pour hot water over it yet? That's what they suggested.
That's what
wouldn't
I do
listen
for
to them.
drinks sometimes that I can't open. I pour hot water over like where the seal is at for it,
I can't.
and it will like loosen it.
I tried. It was too powerful for me, dog. Issue is I'm wearing. Normally I would just like put it under my shirt, but I'm wearing a sweatshirt right now, so like it's very slippery. It doesn't actually give me purchase.
Yeah, I use paper towels or a rag usually.
Where do you guys think you went to do more studying in the capital? Just somewhere outside for the time being? It's probably getting close to nighttime in the capital. I guess we'll have to find
Maybe a
lodging
tavern.
too.
How much?
Yeah.
How much does it cost for a night at a tavern?
It's probably pretty cheap, honestly. It's probably not more than like. Well, it depends where you go in the city, I guess.
And did it.
I'm very proud of you.
And I didn't have to run it into water.
Nice work. Easy girl. You probably could find one that only runs you like for all of you to sleep in somewhere, like 2 or 3 gold for the night.
I want to find a place that's 5 gold for all 3 of us for the night.
Okay. That would make sense if you wanted the non-CD place I was suggesting.
The non-CD.
I'm back.
If you want somewhere non-CD, I'm saying, yeah.
What's CD?
We were discussing where your party's going to sleep for the night. Because it's probably late. It's been hours you were studying and handled all this stuff. It's getting late, and your party does not need to sleep except you, but you do need somewhere safe to kind of hunker down for the evening. So they were talking about going to a nice tavern.
Ooh.
And I stole 10 gold off some corpses, so I mean, you know, we got money.
Spend 5 gold, get rooms for everybody. Maybe. There's
Or at
3 of
least
you.
me.
I'd say it's probably like gonna be a couple gold per room for each of you, so it's probably gonna come out to like 6 gold total.
That's fine.
Sure. You go off and find yourselves a nice inn. And I'm not even gonna make you roll to find it. We're just gonna say, you know, you wander. You eventually, in the nicer part of the district you're in, find a tavern. And wander your way in, and the innkeeper, a nice young lady, despite being a little put off by your outfits and potentially some blood that's on you, agrees to let you lodge for the evening for the price of 6 gold.
I give her 6 gold.
She happily takes it. She hands you each a key and says, well, if you go up, it'll be rooms 1, 2, 3 on the right side. Do not go into rooms 4, 5, 6 on the left. Those are other guests. And do not go any higher floors, or else, I don't know, we'll just send guards or something and kick you out. Just stick to your rooms.
Okay. Is there any food included in this inn?
All food is separate purchases, but we have a little area over there with a bar, and you can order food and drink.
Okay. What do you recommend?
She blinks. I'd probably get the blackberry wine, and then they do a good roasted chicken. They put a lot of spices on it.
Roasted chicken. I do love me some chicken. Thank you so much for your input. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a good night.
She's very off-put by how polite you're being. And she nods, and then goes to help the next guest.
I leave an extra gold piece on the counter for her.
She takes it and blushes a little.
Hey, you get this way in the city.
All right, you spent 7 gold. You
Worth
go over
every
into the
penny.
bar,
Uh,
or are you going to your rooms?
I'll go to my room for now.
Okay. Everyone goes to their rooms to retire for the evening after such a long day.
I'm going to go to my room, but before I sleep, Nikolai is just going to be looking through this book that he got.
Oh yeah. We'll talk more on that in between now and the next session.
That's fine.
Elizabeth, you
He's
go
just
back to your
beginning.
room, and you read into your book, and you find all sorts of interesting stuff as you pour through it. Can you give me a spout lore check +1, real fast, just to see? It's a pretty thick tome on his life, but I just want to see how well you take it in. Nice. You consume this book in the span of the evening. You don't have to sleep, so you, despite not being tired, also do not find this a boring read. He's not the worst author for an autobiography. And as you kind of read on, you focus on the sections that are about the weapons, and you see the following things are of interest to you. And you may take a note, or if you don't choose to take a note, I can tell it to you again later. There were 2 weapons of importance listed in this book. There was an axe, a hand axe, cloaked in ice, and a claymore cloaked in storms, are the way he described them. The axe itself was sent and enshrined somewhere in the west. There are ruins near Crystal Helm that recorded the records of where specifically the location are. The claymore was sent east and enshrined somewhere out there. There is a record that should be stored in the ruins by the Lake of the Abalsam. Additionally, you read on to know that he gave these as gifts to the monarchs of those regions, not monarchs per se, but to the viscounts, I think is what it's called. I have to double check my wording on that. But he gave it to the leaders of those regions, and they were enshrined as a means to help keep the region stable. And the monarch earned the trust by doing these exchanges, which helped stabilize the Tabola Empire. Does that make sense? Or do you need any of that repeated? This is what you've got. So, hand axe looked and I sent and enshrined somewhere in the west. The claymore closest for sons they were given as gifts to the viscounts. Leaders are needs to keep the region stable and earn the trust of spout lore about the the important thing are the locations, which let me tell you. I'll just send these to you. Okay. The ruins near Crystalheim hold the records of the west location. And the second has to do with the lake, which I will take you back to the world map real fast. Crystalheim being the capital of that region to the west. And Abalsam being the capital of the desert region, also the lake. You can kind of gather as you look at the map and you cross-reference things. There's likely ruins out there from that time of civilization that will have more about this stuff. You would just have to travel out those ways. And from there, it's just a question of which one would you rather go after. And so to help you guys make that decision before we start the next session, you guys... Well, I was going to say you wake up. Nikolai wakes up in the morning and heads downstairs to find Elizabeth and Copse already downstairs in the bar area sitting at a table.
God, you really don't sleep, do you?
Why sleep? There's no need. Just drink, even though it goes right through me.
That's rough,
Yikes.
buddy.
This is more than I wanted to unpack. Maybe being tired every once in a while isn't so bad. I take a seat down with them.
I hear that the roasted chicken is pretty good.
Yeah. She did say that, I guess. Have you just been thinking about that all night?
Oh, I think about a lot of things when whenever you don't sleep and you technically can just live forever. You kind of think about a lot of things, but we won't get into that for now.
Live forever? What? Hold on, that. Wait a minute. We can get into it. Are you immortal?
Here, you know what? I'm going to give you something, and if one day down the road you still have it and take good care of it, I'll tell you my story. And I hand Nick a ring with a shiny red ruby on it.
He takes it, looks very confused, but kind of shrugs like, all right. I mean, I like a challenge, I suppose.
But as long as you take good care of that, let it on the road. If something ever happens and we're split apart, I'll see you again, and I'll tell you my story.
He begins to put it in his pocket and stops and waits for a moment and goes, "This isn't enchanted and it's just gonna reappear in your pocket, is it?"
No, yeah, you can hold on to it. It won't go anywhere.
Fallen for that trick many times back in the university. All right, he puts it in his pocket.
And Colin, I'm guessing you understand the importance of what I'm doing.
I assume I know exactly what that was.
I'm concerned,
and I'm very
statement.
confused by the what you just did, but I think I understand what just happened. That's a lot of trust.
I'm playing a gamble.
Yeah.
I'm a gambling man.
Goddamn. Yeah.
You're a strange one. It's not a bad thing, but you are a strange one.
Guys, I read this autobiography last night. Let me share with you everything I learned.
Elizabeth shares what they learned about the book overnight. The screen fades to black and displays that text on the screen and then fades back, and the whole party now is aware of what they learned overnight.
Wow. So it seems we have a choice then. Do we go for the axe or the claymore first?
Let's see. I have to highlight this thing to read what this all had said. Seeing where the hand axe is, Nikolai is quick to say, "How about we go for what was the claymore?"
The storm-cloaked claymore. Works for me. Doesn't matter. We have to get both in the end, I'm pretty sure, or at least one. I don't know if it matters. Probably at least one.
Of course, they had to be on opposite sides of the Empire, but you know, who said quests were ever easy?
Does he need both weapons or just one of them?
I believe both.
Totes both.
His plural weapons.
All right. Well, I guess we'll start with the claymore then, in the east.
Indeed.
Nikolai visibly relaxes a bit at that. All right. Well, Do we leave today? Or do either of you
Yeah.
need anything else?
I think did we get a full rest last night? Like, did we heal?
You did.
All right.
Oh, right.
All I need to do is just pick up my my golem out front, and we'll be off.
Oh god, right. I forgot you left that out there.
Yeah. So it's a good thing I didn't go unconscious, because if I did, that would have broke the concentration on the spell, and
Oh,
that could
God.
have been an issue.
I don't even want to know what would happen. Why is he rolling? I don't like when he rolls.
I love when he rolls.
Do you guys have anything else?
We're
you're gonna
level
discuss?
1. I'm guessing lunar. We literally just started our first session. The title says session 1.
You guys are all seated in there, but from outside you hear a town crier on a corner go, ding 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 ding. Necromancer's back at it again. 3 bodies stolen in a town north of the capital. Necromancer's at it again. Ding 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 ding.
I
You in this
giggled to
area?
myself.
What?
I just giggled to myself.
Nikolai kind of jabs him, but also is kind of smirking.
Gotta
Alright.
love your necromancers.
Oh god.
And with that, we
Is
can
that
end the
just-
session.
Alright.
So you guys are gonna go east then, yeah, to the desert.
Mhm.
Yes.
We'll start planning for that next session. Desert bound.
Gotta get sand in my bones.
Yeah, I'm sure the guards that might arrest you on the way are fine.
Lunar, I'm a necromancer.
It's true. Eric is a necromancer.
His thing.
Alright, let's do some end of session questions and get you guys some more XP. And then we can discuss level ups, so we can discuss that off stream. End of session questions. Let's go through alignments first. Mr. Copse, did you slay the living just to utilize their corpses?
I attempted to.
You did not succeed, my friend.
I did not succeed.
You did not succeed. I don't think you earned that XP.
No, sadly. If I didn't create those 3, I could have made them with those ones, but that would have been an awkward situation. So.
Fair. Nikolai, did you exact revenge for you or someone else?
Honestly, no. I mean, technically I exacted revenge by, killing 2 of the guys responsible for trying to burn us in there, but I would not count that. I would have had to kill the last guy.
I'd actually argue you could count that. You did kill... Yeah, you did help kill 2 of the people. Even if
Okay.
Elizabeth forgave 1, we know they were involved.
Right.
You definitely assisted. At least I would
alright.
say.
I will take it.
Elizabeth, did you make a sacrifice or take a risk to help someone in need?
Yes, I sacrificed my lust for revenge and let that man go.
Alright, fair. Mark an XP.
Very nice.
After that, let's do bonds. Did anyone complete or advance a bond?
I definitely advanced mine. Copse has a secret. I will learn it. I have learned that he is a necromancer. However, he apparently has a whole backstory. I now have a ring that I have to hold on to hear the rest.
Copes, do you agree that she learned your secret?
Yeah, I'd say she learned at least a portion of it.
You may
I was-
both mark an XP. You
Nice.
can mark that as complete and come up with another bond for the next session.
I will just evolve that one.
Mm-hmm. Is that the only one you got?
Yes.
And let's do Elizabeth Bonds.
Nikolai has felt the hellish touch of my fire. Now they know my strength.
Are you saying that's complete, or do you just want to advance it somehow?
I would say that it is complete after that engagement.
Do you feel like Nikolai learned the strength of Elizabeth's fire in that engagement? I'm asking Nikolai that.
Oh. Well, I'm trying to think. I did witness him take out all the fire out of the library.
Yep.
I've also seen her intimidate people. The hell with it, and that was cool. What was the wording of it again?
Nikolai has felt the hellish touch of my fire, now they know my strength.
I think I know a portion of your strength, yes.
Do you think we should mark that as complete and Elizabeth can make another bond or advance the bond then?
I wouldn't say just yet.
Okay. No XP for you, Elizabeth.
I'm sorry.
What about your other bond? Is that one fine, or? I don't think you taught Copse the true
I
meaning of
don't
sacrifice.
think the other bond
Yeah.
has progressed.
Okay, fair enough. Copse?
No.
Nope, neither?
No.
Okay.
That's alright.
One would take me killing or turning their dead corpse into undead.
If only he knew that what terrifying dangers await if he's dead.
And then the other one is I haven't really exchanged any ideas with Elizabeth.
That's fair.
I have learned more about their powers, but I haven't actually talked to them about their powers, so I wouldn't count it.
That's very true. Alright, end of session questions. Did we learn something new and important about the world?
We have learned about the first monarch. We also learned that the world may, or at least the empire will end in 5 years.
We also learned that there's some secret organization.
That too.
I agree. Yeah, you can all mark an XP for that.
Nice.
Did we overcome a notable monster or enemy?
I wouldn't call those 3 notable.
I agree. I don't think they were really notable.
That's fine.
Did we loot a memorable treasure?
The emblem.
In the book.
I would accept the book. I guess I could also accept the emblem. You don't really know what the emblem means yet, but you did.
Well, we know it seems important since the guy immediately
took
had
it
a
and
face and
handed
gave
it
it to the
off.
guard.
I hope you memorized that thing, because I never saw it.
Oh, I memorize everything.
It was a plus sign with a lake or puddle around it. It's hard to tell, but it is water. Right? And that's that. Did anybody level up?
I did.
Nope.
No, you didn't. You didn't hit 8. 8 XP is what you needed to level up.
Who
5
said
out of
no?
8 for Arkent. Only Derek levels up, has said.
No, I leveled up.
Oh, I thought you said no. Okay.
I was also chewing on something, so it might have been muffled.
Yep. Then do your level ups before next week. Just give me a heads up on what you take. Just make sure you remember taking advanced moves. If you have spell books, they are upgraded by 1. And make sure you take one of the stats and increase the large value, and if that happens, to meet the next number required to make it a +2 or a +1 or a 0. You can change that as well. Besides that, I think we're good. That's session 1.
Nice.
GG.
That was fun. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. That was a pretty fun session.
That was a good time.
enjoyed that. No, you did not meet any big bad evil guy that session, but
Nope. But that's all right.
in classic format of DMing for you guys, you tried to get off the rails in the first 10 minutes by beating up a man and trying to kill him.
Hey, no whales blew up a jail cell, so.
It's true. We didn't go fully off the rails. It stuck to the general idea I had, which is surprising.
Okay, Kala, I already did my upgrade sheet if you want to take a look at it, because there's something funny in there.
Okay. And I got a ham and cheese.
I got a ham and cheese.
I'm refreshed. You did your
Thanks,
upgrade?
Dad.
Oh no. That can't end
That
well.
doesn't sound good.
All right. Well,
What
look
is he
forward to
taking?
that next session.
Are you looking
Also,
at
no
my
drug
moves
addictions
or
yet?
I looked
my,
at your advanced move.
Also look under bonds.
Oh no. How did you get that? Oh, because
it's,
you leveled up.
Yeah, it's a cleric spell.
Oh no.
Oh,
You're
God.
not a cleric.
No, but I can take cleric
I
spells.
see. All right. Well, I guess we'll
Cleric
see
of
how that
death.
goes next time. All right. Yeah. Thanks for watching, everybody who's out there on Twitch. All 29,000 of you that I know are out there. It was fun, and I hope you guys enjoyed it. Players want to say anything before saying goodbye?
Goodbye.
Very good. Bye-bye.
Yes, next week.
Oh, wait,
Yeah.
saying something.
Live next
Make
week.
sure to follow Epicap on twitch.tv/EpicCap3.
Yep. And Tuesdays, 8 p.m. EST is our goal, once a week. And assuming that we can upkeep that, we'll see. And we may even have a 4th player next week. He just had something come up, but he might be able to pop in next week. We will see. Other than that, thanks for watching. Yeah. Bye-bye.
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 I'm waiting for Arkent to get his buy-in.
Goodbye.
Very good.
There it
Bye-bye.
Num num num.
Boop.